Are we on? Good morning and welcome to the public participation part of the County Council meeting. We'll call the meeting to order and welcome anyone who has filled out a card who would like to share with what's on their mind. And a speaker we have a card for is Joni Hunt. You'll come and state your name and address for the record and share with us what's on your mind.
Start the clock while she's walking down here, please.
I always get after them to do that, Pat.
Good morning, I'm Joni Hunt with Florida Hospital at 305 Memorial Medical Parkway in Daytona Beach. I'm here this morning on behalf of our regional CEO, David Otati, and our message is very simple. Thank you. We so appreciate the incredible job that your staff did so that our staff could take care of our community. Mr. Deneen had great leadership. Sheriff Chitwood helped us get our care team to the hospitals, and he even gave us some good thoughts on when to do the shift change. George Rechtenwald, Terry Sanders, Jim Judge helped us with contacts, and Joanne Magley and her team really helped us get our message out. Also wanted to thank John Zaragoza and Mark Swanson. And I'll just share one quick story because I think this says a lot. At Florida Hospital DeLand, when we'd been on generators for about 24 hours, and our CEO was trying to make some decisions about what was going to happen next, Jim Judge helped me be able to talk to Duke Energy. And they said, if you will look out your window, you'll see that Road and Bridge, their trucks, are lined up ready to come down Plymouth and clear the road. And right behind him is Duke Energy. So we'll help you guys get back on power just as soon as we can. And it still took a long time, probably about 8 hours, but just knowing where we were helped us make some really good decisions. You've all been to the Emergency Operations Center. You know that giant sign that says emergency management is a team sport. So just wanted to say thank you for letting us be on your team, because your team did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Joni, and thank you for all you do in making us aware of what the needs are and the service that your organization provides to our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I expected you to throw butterflies up in the air and with all that.
At least balloons, right?
Balloons and butterflies.
Next time.
And confetti.
Bubbles.
Mr. Chair, I just want to say thank you to you. Your delivery was absolutely fantastic this morning. You just brighten up our day. So anything else would be just gravy.
Okay.
You provide the meal. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
You know,
Thank you, Joni.
Councilwoman Cusack and I both sit on boards of Florida Hospital. I'm in Orange City and she's in DeLand, so we know what an important job that y'all have during that time, so protecting the patients. I didn't have any complaints at all. I don't know if Joyce had any from patient. No. So you guys did a great job as well as everybody else, the county team and the citizens of Volusia County. Thank you.
Thank you all. And we should also give a shout out to Vice Chair Denny's, who's on the board at Florida Hospital in New Smyrna. So thank you all.
Thanks again. If I have no other cards, no one wishes to speak. So with that, we'll close the public participation meeting and adjourn for that portion. Just give me, we'll begin the meeting in 1 minute or less. The meeting will begin in 1 minute or less. Jeff, are you ready? You're ready? Everyone else is ready? Good morning and welcome to the September 21st meeting of the Volusia County Council. We'll call the meeting to order. And this morning we'll have the invocation by Dave Bradley. Maybe? Yes. Thank you, sir. We'll all stand and be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us bow our heads for prayer. Eternal Father God, we come today to thank you for this opportunity to acknowledge that you are God and before you there is no other. We want to thank you, O God, for your great mercy and protection for our community, the many communities that have been hurt and damaged, ravaged by the many storms that we have experienced. We thank you, O God, that you have protected us from even greater damage when there could have been more death and destruction. We thank you, O God, for this body of leadership today that leads us and provides protection in the needs of our community. We thank you for allowing us to be in such a nation as this, where our federal, state, county, and local governments work so diligently to provide protection and prosperity for our communities. Father, you have been there for us through the storm and through the rain, and we are so grateful. Bless this body as they carry out the business of this organization, that the citizens might experience greater prosperity. Bless and protect each of them. Be merciful to those families who have lost so much, even their loved ones. And we would be mindful to give you thanks, praise, and glory forevermore. In the name of Jesus we pray, amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good job, Dave. Thanks.
Just a reminder, and for the record, if your leader of your faith community would like to offer the invocation, please contact our city clerk, county clerk, and we will make sure that that happens. It's open to all. You may have the roll call, please.
Ms. Wheeler? Ms. Wheeler? Ms. Cusack? Ms. Denny's? Dr. Lowry?
Here.
Mr. Patterson?
Here.
Ms. Post? Here. Mr. Kelly?
Here.
Unanimous vote is 7-0.
With the council's permission, I'll just deviate just for a second here. Michelle Barth, the regional director for Senator Nelson's office, is here, and I know she has just a brief comment to share what she's doing and what they're doing with their office in helping people after the storm to get the help and directions that they need to go.
Thank you so much. Through the chair to the County Commission, I'm Michelle Barth, the Regional Director for U.S. Senator Bill Nelson in Jacksonville. You may have worked with Barbara Arthur in the past. She has retired, so I'm now going to be the contact for Volusia County, and I'm really excited about it. I'm going to be here today in the County Administration Building down on the first floor training room. I'll stay till 12:30 or as long as folks need me to just work with citizens on whether they have questions about their FEMA claims or questions if they're having difficulty with their insurance company, anything like that. So we'll be set up with information and able to take in requests for assistance. And so I just wanted to say thank you so much for letting me be here and for all that you do to serve the citizens of Volusia County. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. This time we'll move to the comments on the consent item. Or any items that, Deneen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to make a comment on item C, on item I, and item CC.
Is there any member of the council who wishes to pull any item?
Just a comment on item C, it's not, we're going to do a presentation, right?
It's a presentation,
Presentation
actually,
point.
on I.
On I.
If no one wants to pull any items, is there a motion to pass the consent agenda?
So moved.
Motion is made by,
Second.
motion made and seconded by Ms. Denny's. Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimous. And Mr. Deneen, if you want to have a comment on item C.
Yes, I'll let Donna DePeister give a little overview. I think to clarify to citizens, because of this whole issue behind funding, getting from FEMA for Hurricane Matthew.
Good morning. Donna DePeister, Deputy County Manager, CFO. The item before you today on item C relates to a budget amendment that we need and ask council to approve for $25.5 million to actually officially set an amendment to our budget for the grant funding that we're expecting to receive from FEMA. So this is something we need to do as part of our year-end process, and so by setting the $25.5 million, that allows us to officially expend those monies technically when the revenues come in. One of the things I wanted you to know is that chances are pretty high that we'll be amending this again a couple of times throughout the next fiscal year as this becomes more finer tuned.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you. Go.
Mr. Chair, it's Senator Nelson's representative doesn't happen to still be in the room, does she? We should have
No.
probably asked her to
Stay for this one, yeah.
to stay for this one because this is critical at this stage.
I think it's fair to say, for the record, we have not received any funds yet.
In our pre-agenda meeting, I had asked a possible that we could create a letter to Governor Scott from the council directing or letting him know, making them aware of the dire needs that we need this funding for, and if we need a motion to create a letter to Governor Scott's office. I know that people are talking about it, I feel that people are aware of it, but I think a letter from all of us would certainly add to that if we could have that prepared.
We can,
Do-
if you
do we-
so choose, we can do that.
Do we need a motion to do that, Mr. Patterson?
No.
Okay, then, so let it happen.
Mr. Chair, maybe we need to send somebody down to talk to Bill Nelson, just show them what we're doing here, so she's aware of it.
She
Since
is, I had met with her, prior-
On this?
not on this one, no.
Oh, that's
On
what I
the-
mean,
that's
was
on the
maybe-
amendment, but on the FEMA, I had.
Okay, I
But-
just thought maybe
Sure.
somebody go down.
What I'm going to do is, because we have it on our agenda today, and because we're talking about up here, I'll make sure we'll send John down.
Be
And
perfect.
to talk to her for a minute about what this means to us, okay?
Take longer than a minute.
Well, I'll take two.
Take longer than a minute. Take as many papers and files in,
It doesn't take long to say that you received zero.
but it's how you say it and how long you say it and how much information you give them.
And also it's Matthews we're dealing with, not,
This is Matthew, this is
This
Hurricane.
is Matthew.
this is Matthews, so that needs to be,
And I think that's one
In
thing.
fact, I'll tell you, Donna volunteered, she's going to go do it herself.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the 2016-17 revised budget adjustments for Hurricane Matthew.
Second.
Made and seconded by Mr. Lowry. Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimous. You have a comment on item I.
Actually, Mr. Chair, as I was corrected by Ms. Dennis, we talked about this. It's actually a short presentation.
Okay.
Donna Butler will come forward and make that, to make sure that everyone understands the nature of what we're doing here and the importance, especially for this amount of money.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. Donna Butler, Community Services Director. Just want to give you a brief overview of the Children and Families Program and the funding requests that are before you this morning. This new process actually started in 2009, and the Children and Families Advisory Board spent 2 years trying to figure out a better way to grant funds to our community to assure that social service needs were being met in our community. Oops, too far, sorry. So the mission of the board is to promote healthy children and develop strong families which contribute to their communities. We originally had an RFP process, but that was later determined to be better as an RSQ process. We also have contingency funding. The contingency funding is for those areas that don't fit into some very specific service areas, and then we have summer camp scholarships. Big credit goes to the folks that volunteer endless hours. The big group started in 2009, but these are your current folks that you have appointed to this board, and the staff could not do anything without their extreme heavy lifting and commitment. So, this is the request for statement of qualifications, the RSQ process, is approximately $1.8 million, and the board identifies risk factors and scopes of work in 9 service categories. We release that RSQ to those nonprofits that are eligible to apply. The Children and Families Advisory Board actually serves as the evaluation committee. The staff does the contract negotiation, and then it comes to you all for your approval. You have previously, as a body, approved those service categories. So each year we don't redo them unless there's something that just isn't working, and then the Children and Families Advisory Board has the opportunity to make those changes. So real quickly, they are non-school hour services for youth, services for seniors, services for persons with disabilities, which now includes sickle cell, that's been combined into those, affordable quality child care, prenatal support and care, family-based intervention and counseling, basic needs, emergency assistance and homeless prevention, services for adolescents, and a new category of staff development and case management, because all of the agencies came forward and said that that was a real need. The contingency funding. So these are the areas that cannot be served underneath those 9 service categories. And likewise, an application is put out onto the street. Any organization that feels that they have a service that they should receive funding for applies. This year there are 2 Easter Seals programs, special needs and pediatric therapy. Healthy Communities does Safe Kids swimming lessons, and Volusia Literacy Council does adult literacy. Finally, summer camp scholarships. This is a huge program for us, and it really benefits quite a few folks. This past summer, 1,744 scholarship applications were processed. 1,220 children actually received scholarships. So we actually have requirements that each of those child care facilities has to meet. They apply, the Children and Families Advisory Board scores and makes recommendations to you all for your approval before it goes out onto the street for folks to be able to sign up to attend one of those, but then they also have to apply, and the scholarships are need-based. So this lists all of the agencies that are awarded for those 9 service categories. In the RSQ process, it lists your 4 contingency grants, and then the summer camp scholarships are just under $400,000. I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have them about the process.
Did anyone have questions? My remote's not working.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you for putting this PowerPoint together. This was on the consent agenda. This advisory board, our Children and Families Advisory Board, is so critical to the service needs that we provide countywide to our agencies, for our women, our children, for all of these particular agencies. The only thing that still gives me heartburn is that the Early Learning Coalition is still at 190,000. That's the only agency countywide that gets a 16-to-1 match from the federal government. They work on match, so every dollar that they get or cut, so if we cut $1, we cut $16. For every dollar we add, we get a 16 match. There's a 16-to-1 match ratio from the feds up there. So I know we've talked about this before, Donna. We need to increase that, and maybe we'll have a conversation again. And these are all worthy. I'm not ranking worthiness because I serve on the board, the Boys and Girls Club, and can go down that list. So this is not about any particular agency being better than the other. But when we talk about return on an investment, I think it's for all of, and the Early Learning Coalition, they do the VPK, they do the wraparound after-school care. They take care of the working poor, wrapping that in with the state and the Fed agencies. So there's a lot to be said for, in my opinion, and for disclosure, I'm the former chair of the Early Learning Coalition, for increasing the funding on that particular agencies because it touches so many other of these that are all wrapped up in there. So is there any chance we can do that?
Well, just to be clear, this is actually a 3% increase. Council last year, as part of the manager's 5-year forecast, had endorsed a 3% increase every year for 5 years. This is the second of those 5 years. So
Understood.
across the board, everyone did receive a 3% increase.
It's a 3% increase. I'm not talking a 3% increase across the board. I'm talking about an injection of dollars because this is all from the general fund, right, Mr. Deneen? This is all, but then again, Council, this is 2.3 million out of our general fund, and as we address the homeless issues, as we have countywide here in Chambers and all this discussion, this commitment has been going on for years from Volusia County. So it's not just the homeless, it's to help them not be homeless. Prevention, there's a lot of preventive measures involved with this. So, and your representatives, whoever we have appointed to this board, speaking with them about this and this whole process, this is probably one of the most critical human needs and service, the only service board really that we have that touches this many of our citizens that need us the most.
Right. If I can add to this, during the downturn, a really critical element that happened was, you have to remember now, was we went backwards and reduced the workforce by almost 600 people. The council made a deliberate decision in those days, instead of taking, we'll call it the easy way and trying to eliminate all these programs, while all these programs took a cut, they absolutely decided that these programs would stay intact even during the downturn.
Right.
So they made a choice to trade off even when they had to give up employees to keep these programs because they felt they addressed needs that especially during the downturn got worse. So it was a deliberate decision by the council not to, as some communities do, toss these programs out when they get into operational issues.
Yeah, and we talk about, homeless prevention in here. The working poor is a critical piece that we work with, even in our housing and some of our other agencies that we cross over into. So this one touches the working poor big time too. I'm talking about with the Early Learning Coalition and the services, the wraparound dollars that they pull in. So, Mr. Manager, I know that we've done a 3% increase over the board, but somehow we need to address that. I keep talking about it every year, and every year we're putting millions of dollars into homeless projects, but we've got a very viable alternative that returns 16-to-1 that we don't have to go in the community and raise $1 for. It comes down automatically from the feds, and we're leaving it on the table. Mm-hmm. There's just something wrong with that. That's my only comments, but thank you.
Okay.
Seriously, thank you. This is a tough one, but it's the one that best serves our citizens in need. Thank you.
I think that this is set for the next budget year, but I think this is something that certainly deserves our attention. If we can't make an adjustment now at this late date, it certainly needs to be on the radar for the coming, because how great would it be if we got 16-1, if we got 16 matched to the 2.3 million? What if everything was matched? I mean, so when you have an item like that, and to be quite honest, Ms. Dennis, I was not aware of that. I think if I'd been aware of the 16-1 match, I would have proposed something prior to when we were setting the budgets and all of that when we were looking at it. Sad that it's too late, but it's certainly one that we have to look at in the next year for sure.
Well, and to be honest with you, I mean, we still, once we set the budget, we have some flexibility within the budget if we decide to make that change.
If you can find any additional funding for that, I would certainly encourage you to look. Maybe after we get FEMA money or something, just saying. Ms. Wheeler?
Yeah, I was just, did I miss, what's in that contingency? There's 79,000 right there.
Right, there are 4 programs: Easter Seals, Child Development
Oh, that's right,
Center,
okay.
Special Needs.
Okay, got it.
Got it.
Without any other questions, thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Do you need a move, do you need a motion for
we've
approval?
actually approved this. All the consent has been approved originally, so I don't think we need anything here. This was just a follow-up comment on that. Now we'll move to CC.
Correct. George?
Yeah, we were asked to comment on this. If you remember the last meeting, the St. John's Water Management District came in with a big check for us. This is the same project. This is where we're linking together funds. This is for one of your water quality and flood control projects that's in our water quality plan up at Rio Way. As you see, we're getting another $935,000 from the DEP. We also will be partnering with Holly Hill, so in the future you'll see an agreement with the city of Holly Hill as we try to put the money together. The homes have all been bought and taken out of there. Probably 20 homes that would have flooded through the storm that are gone, and then of course the next phase is building the retention pond, and so that as we cobble these things together, that'll be next. So just thank you.
With that concludes all the comments on the consent agenda. We'll move now to the recognitions by the Sheriff's Department. Sheriff Chipwood, there you are. This was something that was moved from our agenda last meeting, I believe.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, honorable members. We have 2 outstanding members of our organization here today that I would like to take a moment to recognize. Sergeant Amanda Laurie was our Crime Stopper, Volusia County Crime Stopper Officer of the Year for 2016. And I would just like to tell you how he garnered that award. The sergeant exemplifies the type of leader others aspire to be. He exudes professionalism and has become proficient in knowing how to earn the respect of his subordinates while balancing his important role as a supervisor. The sergeant is a mentor to his shift as well as other sergeants within the agency. He remains vigilant, ensuring all duties assigned to his position are conducted thoroughly and expeditiously. He's been with us for almost 30 years. He leads from the front. He still answers calls and writes reports and leads his shift. Just last week, we had 5 residential burglaries in Oak Hill, where a plethora of property was stolen, and the sergeant single-handedly was able to track down the suspects, and we got 99.9% of the property back through his contacts and his work ethic. If a deputy needs a kick in the pants, he's there to do that. If they make a mistake, he points them in the right direction. He's also there when someone needs a helping hand. One of his deputies recently told me that after the deputy's wife had passed unexpectedly, the sergeant and his family were there for them. The deputy was not allowed to be alone for the holidays. He celebrated every holiday for more than a year with the sergeant and his family. That's being a servant leader. Sergeant Dominic Amendolari was our Crime Stopper of the Year. And standing next to him is somebody who I don't know how I let him get away from the Daytona Beach Police Department, because he was one of my explorers, Deputy Justin Ferrari. Justin had been with us just a little over 14 months when he responded to a call with other deputies on July 24th, 2016 in Deltona. At the time of dispatch, the reporting party advised that her estranged husband was holding her against her will inside the residence, preventing her from leaving. Deputies quickly learned that 3 young children, ages 1, 4, and 7, were inside the house. As deputies walked up to the house, shots rang out. Deputies immediately saw cover and heard a female screaming for help inside the residence. The deputies also heard the husband screaming, "I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you today," followed by children's pleas not to kill their mother. Moments later, while engaged in a gun battle, the female had a chance to escape and crawled out of a window, suffering from a gunshot wound to the leg. In the midst of the gunfire, Deputy Ferrari leapt into action, leaving his position of cover, exposing himself to the deadly threat, and running into the gunfire to grab the bleeding female and drag her 80 feet to safety. He then maintained his presence by the victim's side to shield her from any more harm. In the aftermath of this incident, the dramatic body camera footage was broadcast worldwide. His heroic life-saving efforts, along with the rest of the response team, made global news coverage. For those actions, Deputy Ferrari was the Florida Sheriff's Association Deputy of the Year. If all 67 counties submit, our deputy was Deputy of the Year. He received that award in Naples in June. So we just wanted to bring that to your attention to show you, if you don't already know, they are representatives of the outstanding men and women we have protecting us in this county.
Absolutely.
So thank you for the opportunity.
Ms. Post?
Hang on one second, guys. I'd like to say something. Dominic, I've known you for a long time. Congratulations. Thank you very much. But Deputy Ferrari, I just want to say, as Sheriff Chairwood mentioned, this is a fine, fine example of the work that the men and women in law enforcement in our county go through every single day to defend and to protect our citizens. And I commend you. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think you get away there. I think we have to do a photo.
Gotta do a photo, that's right.
Have to do a photo. Have to do.
Sergeant needs to introduce his wife.
Oh, absolutely.
What's she doing still back there? She should be up here with him. I bet she was a big part of fixing the meals during the holidays, wasn't she?
Where do you want to go? Up here. Up the front.
Group shot.
We're going to take 2.
With that, we'll move to item number 3. This is a public hearing, and open the public hearing, and Clay Irvin will give us the staff report.
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management Director. Before you today, there are 2 applications. The first one is pertaining to an amendment to our future land use map, and that is pertaining to a property at 6749 Turtle Mound Road in the Bethune Beach area. The subject property is approximately 19,000 square feet. It currently has a land use designation of urban high intensity. The property owner, Ms. Allen, would like to change that to a low intensity urban low intensity. And this has gone forward to our Planning and Land Development Review Committee back in August 8th. There was a recommendation unanimously for approval of the proposed amendment. As you can see on the aerial, the property is located just to the south of an existing condominium development, the Chatham by the Sea. It's also adjacent to single-family residential. During the PLDRC meeting, we did not have any public comment for or against it. Staff also recommends approval. If there's any questions, we'll be glad to answer them.
I have no cards to fill out from the public. Is there a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Denny's.
Move approval of the small-scale future land use map amendment from urban high-density designation to urban low-density designation on 19,800 square feet located at 6749 Turtle Mound Road, New Smyrna Beach, CPA-17-006.
Is there a second?
Second.
Who made the second? Ms. Post? Mr. Patterson made the second. I would assume that when you have something going from a large scale to a small scale, that doubtful that anyone would have found this first time I've ever seen something like this. I'm sure it happens, but any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimous, and we will close the public hearing. We will now move to item 4. This too is a public hearing, and the public hearing on item 4 will be open.
Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management Director. This is the companion to the previous item. This is now amending our official zoning map to ensure that the zoning is consistent with the future land use. The proposed change will change it from R7W, which is a multifamily, to R9W, which is a single-family zoning classification. The lot configuration complies with the proposed rezoning. Again, at the PLDRC on August 8th, there were no comments. The PLDRC unanimously recommended approval. Staff has also identified a recommendation for approval. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer it.
I have no cards of anyone wishing to speak on the public. We'll close the public participation. Is there a motion to approve?
Mr. Chair, move approval to rezone from R-7W zoning classification to the R-9W zoning classification on 19,800 square feet located at 6749 Turtle Mound Road, New Smyrna Beach, Z-17-050.
Second.
Second by Mr. Patterson. Any objections or comment? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimous. We'll move to item 5. This too is a public hearing. The public hearing is now open.
Thank you very much. Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management Director. This is the final action that we need to take in order to implement an interlocal service boundary agreement with the City of Daytona Beach. This is pertaining to the 600-acre-plus property located off of US 92. This is the area where the city and the county have worked together for the proposed homeless shelter. We entered into an agreement with them. Both the city and the county have approved it. There's been subsequent amendments to the city's land use and zoning to incorporate this. This was simply an amendment to our comprehensive plan to acknowledge that we have such an agreement with the City of Daytona Beach.
I have no cards filled out from the public. Close the public hearing. Council, is there any questions? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve transmittal hearing for large-scale amendment to the intergovernmental coordination element to reference the interlocal service boundary agreement with the City of Daytona Beach, CPA-17-007.
I'll second.
Motion made by Ms. Wheeler, seconded by Ms. Post. Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimous.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
On that item, just as a update for the council, city successfully annexed the property. So with this, nothing stands in the way of them getting the money to build the building, except them issuing their own building permit to themselves. So as soon as they do that, then we'll be prepared to transmit the appropriate money based on the schedule we have with them.
Thank you. And we'll move to item 6. And this too is a public hearing, and we will open the public hearing.
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management Director. This is a special exception for property located at 770 US Highway 1 near the city of Oak Hill. In the presentation, we'll be referencing pages 06-26 and 06-27 of your staff report. These are aerial and zoning maps that will help illustrate. On the screen shows you an aerial shot of where the property is located. It is highlighted in red. This property is subject to 2 previous special exceptions that were approved in 1988 and 1991 for excavation that occurred on the site. It was not fully completed per the approved plan of 1991, and is set basically dormant since that activity ceased. It's under new ownership by Land Enterprises Incorporated. Through their representative, Mr. Storch, they've made an application for special exception to renew that operation. It has gone through the staff's review and was presented to the PLDRC on August 8th. At the PLDRC, there were some concerns raised by an adjacent property owner and Mr. Brown. His information is provided in your packet as well, and we will reference page 06-35 of the report, which is an aerial that Mr. Brown presented to the PLDRC as well. Basically, what you're seeing is that applicant likes to utilize, would want to utilize this to excavate this for fill dirt and utilize it, and taking it off-site. As such, it's non-exempt excavation and has to go through a special use permit. This is the proposed plan that is in front of you. This is, again, part of your staff report. What it shows is the existing areas have been excavated, the areas that are to be excavated, the wetlands to be preserved, the upland buffers adjacent to those, as well as a 50-foot perimeter buffer. As part of the review of this, we determined that there were some violations of the previous special exception, specifically the intrusion into the 150-foot setback that is required between the property line and the edge of the area to be excavated, basically the top of bank. As you can see in the aerial up in the northwest corner, adjacent to the FEC Railroad, is where the major intrusion occurred. There was also some minor intrusion along the northeast and east sides of the property. Staff reviewed this with the applicant, and as such, they've agreed to fill in a portion of this area to ensure that there is a 50-foot wide landscape buffer. Because this is adjacent to the major intrusion is adjacent to the FEC Railroad, we did not see this as a major issue in regards to potential negative impacts on adjacent property owners. Otherwise, everything else you'll see in there will be excavated, and what will happen is you will have a lake in this area. There will be not any filling in there other except what's been identified for the banks to ensure we have the landscape buffer. At the PLDRC, several of the members asked several questions, and the conditions on page 6-3 of your staff report reflect the conditions that were identified by the PLDRC as part of their recommendation for approval. Specifically, they added restrictions to the days and hours of operation, so therefore it will not be able to operate as originally requested. So Sundays will not be operating, and it also puts some limitations on certain holidays. It also clarified the requirements for the traffic study. We wanted to make sure that if any traffic was coming out of here, that it would have negative impacts on the adjoining property owners. And lastly, it deleted the landscape buffer waiver because the applicant has agreed to meet the minimum requirements for the landscape buffer. Hence, that's why they're filling in that area adjacent to the FEC and other areas to meet the 50-foot minimum buffer. Mr. Brown, who is an adjacent property owner to the north, identified concerns in regards to potential impacts to saltwater intrusion, ensuring monitoring, making sure that there were no negative impacts due to traffic, dust, and other operations on his property, because he seeks to develop his property for a single-family home and resident and rural type of uses. There was also questions about how are we going to ensure that further intrusions into buffers, setbacks, et cetera, do not occur in the future. And one of the things you'll see in the conditions that were identified both by staff and the PLDRC is an annual monitoring requirement. So therefore, we will basically getting a report from the landowner as they go through and continue on with the excavation. At that point, we will have survey data to ensure that they are complying with setbacks, buffering, and everything else that would be associated with this operation. So as you see, we have an existing special use that was occurring, that was approved in 88-91. Subsequently, it ended, did not get completed as originally planned. The applicant is now coming back, trying to amend for some of the past sins by filling in the landscape buffer and otherwise complying with our minimum buffers adjacent to wetlands. That's why you see staff has made a recommendation of approval, and that's consistent with the changes, or excuse me, the recommendations from the PLDRC. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer it. I know the applicant is here, and I have not seen if Mr. Brown's here, but I'm sure he's present.
Matt Doust, I believe, is here. Matt's not here?
He is, but he's
Oh.
But he's the engineer of the project.
I'm sorry, Glenn, I can't hear you.
For the record, my name is Glenn
He just wants to speak
if he needs to, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any question? With that, we'll close. You're not speaking for this.
I'm speaking for this. There should be a yellow card.
I had you two. Well, I had you 2 for 7, but
Okay.
they got you on 6. Sorry about that.
That's okay. All right.
Glenn.
For the record, my name is Glenn Storch, and I do represent the applicant in this case. First of all, as you can imagine, there is a massive need for fill. I think the flooding that we have incurred shows the massive need for fill, not just for dealing with things like that, but also for dealing with any of the construction that takes place in Volusia County. You have to have fill to bring it up above the flood stage. The best thing we can do is to find fill materials in our area, otherwise it has to be trucked in from other areas, which of course puts massive impacts on the road systems, et cetera. This is an ideal location for a fill excavation. It is a 4-lane highway at this location. There's practically no traffic in this area. I don't know if you've been down there. I mean, you can stand in the middle of this road, and nothing will happen. You can play football in it. It is a great location. It is of course, an existing excavation that basically stopped work about 25 years ago. The people who had the violations that Clay were talking about is not my client. My client is a local area, a local company, and they are absolutely rock solid. I cannot tell you enough good things about them. I've worked with them in other issues. They're terrific. We couldn't have anything better than these people doing this and agreeing to now bring this up to our current standards, not the 25-year-ago standards, but our current standards, both for the county and for St. John's Water Management District. So they'll also have to go through and get the permitting for St. John's Water Management District. I understand there was concerns expressed by Mr. Brown, who owns a piece of property that it's to the north. It's not really going to be affected because, I mean, all the access material will take place going out US 1. It will not go past this property in any way, shape, or form. And I understand he's, as anything, as anyone is concerned, saltwater, upconing, et cetera. Those are issues that will be addressed by St. John's. They will not issue the permit if there's any concern about that. There will be monitoring wells put into place during this process to make sure that if there's any indication of this happening, they stop the excavation. So we have mechanisms in place now to prevent that. Again, I understand why people might be concerned, but this is something that can be done correctly at this point. It can be done better than it was done before. If there's been no saltwater upconing at this point, I don't think there's going to be any saltwater upconing for finishing this up. This is finishing up the project, restoring this, creating a nice-looking lake with a buffer around it, and also providing for the economic health of Volusia County. So that's what we're doing. And again, I want to stress again that staff and the PLDRC have looked at this very closely. They have recommendations of approval from staff, full recommendations. Recommendations of approval from the PLDRC. I think that was unanimous. We're asking for an approval of this.
Thank you. Any questions of the applicant? If there are no questions of the applicant, we'll close the public hearing portion. Council, you've heard the presentation. Is there a motion?
Hey, Mr. Chair, first of all, it appears we're creating waterfront property. Is that what we're doing here, Mr. Storch, down in Oak Hill?
We are creating a lake down in Oak Hill, which I think
understood.
may be an advantage at some point.
At some point.
Our major advantage right now is having fill material for the entire area.
That's actually critical. With that, and I was being facetious, but thank you. With that, Mr. Chair, I move to approve the special exception for non-exempt excavation on the rural agricultural A-2 zoned portion on the prime agricultural A-1 and A2 zone property located at 770 US Highway 1, Oak Hill, S-17-043.
Second.
Second by Mr. Patterson. Any objections to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimous. Thank you. We will now move to item 7. Mr. Deneen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll turn this over to Jamie Seaman in a second. We are very happy to say that we do have an agreement with the Volusia Beach Rentals for beach concessions. I do want to point out that I believe that there was no other way to avoid this, but the opportunity we had to bring it before the council the last meeting, where the council was able to get involved, I think had a major effect on us finding a way to come together. Jamie?
You have a contract in the agenda item that has been executed by the concessionaire. We received that late yesterday. We apologize for it taking us so long to get this agenda item out to you, but with the storms and Mr. Storch was actually out of town on business, so we were going back and forth by email. I'd like to thank them for working with us on that very tight time frame. To resolve some of the issues that we had, we are providing for a 900-foot minimum separation between like-kind concessions. That calculation came from the shortest stretch with the greatest number of concessions, which would be 17 concessions between Zelda and Silver Beach. And we did the math with that so that you could have 900 feet of separation, and then that will apply everywhere else. There was a couple of small issues with the geographic areas, which we corrected. So there was an overlap at Silver Beach. The concessionaire asked that we end and begin at Silver Beach between Daytona Beach and Daytona Beach Shores. We made that adjustment as well. In order to deal with their request for additional setups, at the manager's suggestion, we drafted the contract that they will have 150 feet in which to place the setups, 15 including the reservations. However, they can go up to 30 stacked within the 150 feet if they relinquish one of the other beach rental concession locations within the same geographic area. So that gives them additional setups, allows more of a consolidation of the businesses, and still provides the county council with the assurances that the public's access will not be adversely affected. Those were the major issues we had before. We were able to resolve them, and staff recommends approval.
Jamie, one quick question. Who is going to monitor the giving up of one location, and is that going to be on a daily basis, or will that be on a total commitment?
We left it open. I think that we ought to allow the concessionaire the opportunity as a business to determine during the busy season whether they want to relinquish one of the locations and double up. That will be for Ms. Winterwerp and her staff to monitor. And there's also some other provisions in the contract for how they park on the beach, because if the beach is narrow, we've allowed for them to be able to turn parallel to the ocean, which will then require a little bit more space to be used in order for the trucks to be able to open up the backs and to unload. And that again is going to be something that they're going to work with Ms. Winterwerp. She is the project manager of this contract, and so I think there's going to be a close relationship where they're going to have to work together to resolve those kinds of things.
So there will be no issue in the ability to monitor that, and they will have the flexibility to adjust whether they use a location or not, and not
Yes.
that they are doubling up while still operating the other area. That would be my only concern if that does happen.
And if they do that, that would be a violation of the contract, and Ms. Winterwerp has the ability to levy monetary fines.
Like $50,000 or something?
Not that much, no, sir.
Well, that would certainly be a good incentive for me not to violate.
Some people were not laughing on that.
I think that we've come to an agreement that is workable, and I do believe that they'll be able to work out those kinds of issues, Mr.
as
Chair. And
long as you
if they don't, we'll bring it back to you.
Okay, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I don't have any problems with this. I move approval of the agreement for beach concessions 17-P-84KT.
Motion is made. Is there a second? Second. Mr. Storch, will you waive your right to speak at this time? I would suggest yes.
I appreciate it, but
Would suggest yes.
fine.
Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Storch. Now I'll let you make a closing comment.
Thank you. Actually, the reason I say that is because I wanted to say some nice things. First of all, I greatly appreciate the staff's working with us, looking toward the flexibility, making sure that we're consistent. As I told you, we're doing it for two things. One, we're going to continue to work with staff all the way through this 5-year project, which is what we've done in the past and which we will continue to do. Two, we're going to be consistent with the RFP. I thought the suggestions regarding possible flexibility, I thought they were great suggestions, and so thank you very much for that. So we're going to work together on this, and we're going to continue to hopefully make you proud during the next 5 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and appreciate you working on it. And it did take getting into the issue, getting the county to be able to understand, as well as the applicant, to make sure that we didn't see that picture of umbrellas that we thought we were going to see, and thank you so much. And with that, thank you, Glenn, and thank you, Mr. Green. Thank you. We'll move now to item 8, an update on the Hurricane Irma.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joanne, if you'll pass that. We have an overview for you. We have actually been working on it, still hot off the press. We try to be as updated as possible. As you know, back on September 13th, I sent you all an email saying that I would try to conduct a post-storm report at this meeting. Mr. Chair, if you'll give me the opportunity, it's a pretty involved. We'll try to speed through it relatively quickly. But for the citizens' sake, I hope to accomplish 3 things. I also have Mr. Bartlett here and Sheriff Chitwood that are going to participate. What we thought we would do as a team is show, one, what happened and some of the things that we got involved with that you needed to see, and the public needs to see behind the scenes. In fact, Ms. Daines and I talked about the review that we have with the citizens at the EOC, which was an eye-opener to people on the investment that is made out there and what goes on behind the scenes. So this will give people a little glimmer of what they spent their money for and what went on. So that's number 1. Number 2, we are left with is the incident is actually, this is the thing I think people forget, we are still in the incident. People have to understand we are still in the incident. And what we have is, so first you have what went on, and 2 is post-storm issues, and we'll touch on some of those, but we have a lot of buildings that are damaged, programs that are shut down, parks that are shut down. We'll try to do the best update we can for you on that. And then in addition, what I really think is important after all that is the next phase, and I'm going to need some direction and authority from the council on how do we deal with the post-recovery collection, especially the debris removal. Especially, we have to focus on the fact that this is unlike other hurricanes in that you have so much damage that went on in the rest of the state of Florida. A lot of places a lot worse than us, especially in South Florida. Texas, which was right before us, which is in serious trouble. And then what we found was that the tropical winds that went as far up as into Georgia did way more damage than we realized in the Atlanta area, because they had not had a storm like that, and those trees took a beating, and so it brought down a lot of electric lines, and they have a lot of debris. The problem is that there's only so many resources to do everything. So you're seeing that on restoring power, but you're also going to see that in debris pickup. And unfortunately, we believe, as you'll see, that some of the things, maybe they were well-intended, but there are some things that both FEMA and the state and the federal government have done that I think could end up in a bidding war and cost citizens more if we don't take some actions, which we're planning to do at the county level. And I'm happy to tell you that we met on a conference call with the cities, and I have something also to share with you at the end of the meeting, and some actions we're going to need to take to work together. With that, what I'd like to do is have Jim Judge come up. The handout you have is a little more detailed. He'll just give you highlights of this, and what he'll do is he'll do the storm, what happened, the prep, and the emergency overview. And then after that, Joanne will do public information. The property appraiser will do damage assessment. Sheriff Chitwood's going to talk about all the wonderful things that the sheriff's office did. Jim will come back and do the response and assistance that's happening now. Rick's going to talk about what happened at the airport, Tim Bailey with Parks and Trails, George Baker with County Facilities, and John Angiuli with all our public works issues. Jim?
Good morning. Chairman Kelly, members of the County Council, good morning. Jim Judge, Emergency Management Division Director. And of course, just a few weeks ago, we were monitoring Hurricane Irma. But of course, in the Emergency Operations Center, we do have proprietary software, weather information, that anytime there's even a blip on the screen, we know about it and we monitor it. So certainly as Irma became a tropical storm and then a Category 5 hurricane, we were watching this storm very, very closely. And of course, as it moved across the Caribbean and as it began to approach the state of Florida, this was a record breaker. It is the longest lasting, most powerful hurricane ever recorded. And she certainly made her mark on Volusia County. At the Tuesday, September 5th briefing with the National Weather Service, which was the first briefing we received, we began to really watch this storm. And we knew at some point, looking at the models, that we were going to get a north turn. And exactly when that north turn was going to occur was really depending on the effects for Volusia County. So ahead of that, we went ahead and opened up the Citizen Information Center. We had phone calls coming in, and so we activated that, and of course, it continues to operate today. And also, early on, county preparations began. The public was encouraged to prepare by making sure they had their disaster supplies. And if an evacuation order was in the works, again, that was early on, that they had their plan and they could review their plans on what they were going to do, where they were going to go. But of course, with the continued forecast, we knew that Volusia County was going to be affected. And on September 7th, of course, we had a county council meeting where a local state of emergency was declared. Also, driving access to the beach. The beach ramps were closed, parks, county offices, library, and county facilities were closed from Friday, September the 8th through Monday, the 11th. And at that point, knowing that conditions were going to deteriorate, we went ahead and put out voluntary evacuations for the residents on the beachside, low-lying areas, RV parks, mobile home parks, manufactured housing, were asked to begin their process on September the 7th. And we wanted to make sure that they had plenty of time to get on the roads and get out should the need arise. We did announce the public shelters would be open on Saturday, September the 9th, but again, also giving people time to gather their supplies and prepare for the storm. And of course, as the storm continued on this path, mandatory evacuations were ordered on Friday, September the 8th for residents again on the beachside, low-lying areas, mobile home, RV parks, and manufactured housing. And of course, based on the storm's track, Volusia County was projected for conditions to deteriorate on Saturday, September the 9th, and in the evening with tropical storm force winds anywhere from 39 to 74 miles per hour. And we were projected to receive sustained Category 3 winds at one point because, again, it was when the storm was going to make that right turn. Early projections were the right turn was going to occur and it was going to come right up the East Coast. And at that point, we were looking at those possible Category 3 winds of 111 miles an hour and above, and that was projected to last for 6 hours. But the good news is that we continue to watch it. It finally did make that right turn, but we did get a special weather briefing on Sunday night, September the 10th, because initially it came over Cujo Key, and then it made a second landfall at Marco Island, and it was forecast to go right up the Gulf Coast. But again, that special briefing came at September the 10th and a phone call from Scott Spratt. When the Weather Center calls, oftentimes it's not good news. And in fact, the storm had wobbled slightly to the east. So at that point, we were now looking at sustained category or sustained strong tropical storm winds in between the 50 and 60 mile an hour range with Category 1 gusts. So what we did experience was just that, strong tropical storm force winds from over 55 to 65 miles an hour. And those tropical storm force winds lasted for approximately 24 hours. We did have peak gusts, hurricane Category 1 strength of over 78 miles an hour, and also other gusts of 80 miles an hour were registered throughout the county. We did have 3 feet of storm surge, so the storm surge wasn't as huge a threat as it was during Matthew. We did get quite a bit of rainfall prior to the storm, to Hurricane Irma, but we did get an additional 11 to 12 inches. Of course, when the rainfall happens, as it did in South Florida, we begin to monitor the St. Johns River, and of course, we've had flooding all along the St. Johns, and we've been spending time out in Astor, spent some time last week with Mark Flowers as we were down in Stone Island to check on the residents there, but we continue to monitor the St. Johns, and the good news is hopefully it's going to taper off and continue to taper off in the coming days. We did go to a level 2 activation, which is a partial activation in the early days to make sure that we were in the OC and ready to go. And then we went to a full activation, and which is everybody, all hands on deck. And at the height of the storm, we had over 340 individuals in that emergency operations center. So we had lots of folks in there, and the teamwork was just outstanding. We currently still are at a level 2. We still have citizen information lines open, and we will continue to keep at the level 2 status for the foreseeable future. The Citizen Information Center has done an incredible job. Our county employees have fielded over 7,000 phone calls so far, and we will continue to keep that open. School district, an incredible partner. We had over 24 shelters open in Volusia County. 23 of those were at our public schools. In addition to that was the county fairgrounds. And we had over 4,400 people shelter with us there for about 36 hours. And of course, as we all know, the power issues immediately after the storm, we had close to 218,000 folks without power, and that's with Duke, FP&L, New Smyrna Utilities, and even Clay Electric. We did enact curfews in the overnight hours with the power outages, and Sheriff Chitwood working with law enforcement throughout the county, making sure that everyone was aware of the curfews, and if you didn't need to be out there, you didn't need to be out there, that law enforcement was prepared to stop and check on folks. With the response to citizen needs, we had a great group from the Salvation Army, the Red Cross. Thousands of meals were served and drinks were handed out, snacks. We currently do have one shelter in operation, which is at the Ocean Center. Don has been wonderful down there to make sure that we have that facility up and running, and it continues to run today. With our Division of Corrections, I don't know how we do it without them. So far, over 4,400 hours, inmate hours, to help with the recovery, and they're not done yet. They're still assisting with the recovery process. They gave out over 30,000 sandbags before the storm and over 35,000 after the storm, and I was down there with Mark when his folks delivered just literally semi-trucks that seemed like full of sandbags down to the folks in Stone Island. So far, about 240 tarps have been handed out. We continue to hand those out. We've handed out over 27 pallets of water to Pearson and other areas throughout Volusia County. And of course, our Volusia County Community Services continues to have the lead for ESF, which is volunteers and donations, and working right along with Frank Bruno with our Community Organizations Active in Disaster, or the COAD. So we continue at this point to work with the volunteer groups, and they are many. The declaration so far we have put in for, we've received a declaration for Category A and B. Individual assistance, people can also register at our libraries for individual assistance, and also we've been approved for Small Business Administration as well. And we'll be talking more about that here shortly as we discuss where we are today, and I'll come back with that a little bit later. But with that, I'll turn it back to Joanne.
As Joanne comes up to the microphone, two things. Ms. Lisa Luce is in the audience, and she was part of the CIC, and thank you, Lisa, for being a major participant in making sure that that worked. And also on the COAD side, Frank Bruno was there, and Frank, if you don't know, waited to the exact moment of the worst part of the hurricane to get sick, and then we found out about 5 hours later he had to have an emergency appendectomy, or he could have died. So, and he's already reported back for work on the COAD. So that was an interesting evening. Joanne?
Good morning, Joanne Magley, Community Information Director for Volusia County Government, and I'm here to report on Hurricane Irma communications. We had a great team of about 10 people in our PIO room there at the EOC, and we also worked very closely with all the PIOs from the various cities and the agencies. So we released more than 70 public information news releases, and this was beginning September 5th, and it's still ongoing. We just sent one out yesterday. We had 5 news conferences, and that was from September 8th through the 12th. And those news conferences were not only covered by the local media, but we also streamed those live on our Facebook page. And the benefit of that is, for one, people that follow us on Facebook, they see our information raw and right as it's coming, so nothing's filtered or edited out. But radio stations and TV stations, they can just grab that feed and play it live as well. So speaking of social media, from September 5th through the 17th, we had more than 3.4 million impressions on the Emergency Management Facebook page. And impressions, that's the number of times your content is displayed on the screen. Emergency Management Facebook page followers increased to more than 20,206. So for a comparison, we had a little more than 11,000 on September 3rd, so before the pre-storm. So we about doubled our followers there. For Twitter, we had 500,000 impressions on our Emergency Management Twitter account, and as a comparison, during the 2-week period before September 5th, impressions averaged 31,000. So we jumped up to 500,000 there. And then if you want to compare even further, last year at the same time when there was no storms going on, we only had about 5,000 impressions. So it really shows the large increase in the impressions show that the public is using our social media to get their information. So for our website, we had more than 465,500 visits to Emergency Management and volusia.org/PIN web pages. So we were driving everybody to volusia.org/PIN. If they went to Emergency Management, they would click a big picture and still go there. And then if they went to volusia.org, they could still get to that main emergency page as well. We also had almost 1 million visits to volusia.org from the same time frame of September 5th through the 17th. And again, for a comparison, during the 2-week period prior to September 5th, the visits to emergency management and the PIN page were a little more than 11,000. And during the same time frame in 2016, it was about 1,500 visits. So you can definitely see that people hopefully know where to go to get the information for the storms. We had a partnership with Southern Stone Broadcasting, the local radio stations out of Daytona Beach. Every year, we actually meet with them, and we renew what we call our emergency communications agreement with them. We have a weekly radio program with them, but we also have this agreement that in the event of a major disaster or storm, they will either come to the EOC and broadcast from there, or do whatever it takes to broadcast all of our information. So we had regularly scheduled interview times with that station 4 times a day until they lost power because of flooding. So then we kind of had to figure out how to still get on their radio station with the problems they were having, and it ended up that they could then call us, but nobody could call in, but we were still able to get information to them. And they were still able to read through all of the news releases that we were sending out during their news updates. We have to mention that our key news releases, our social media, and our interviews were all translated into Spanish by a designated Hispanic PIO. This is Lisa Doig. She works for our Library Services Division, and she is really a great resource that we have, and thank you to Lucinda and all the people that allow her to basically augment into community information so that we can have that resource. And we also had available a sign language translator at our news conferences when they were available. We had almost 5,000 people download the emergency mobile app, which just went live, before the storm. And we also created 10 public service announcements, which aired on WDSC Channel 15, on our social media pages, and then on the Southern Stone radio programs. So that's a recap of our communications. Does anybody have any questions?
Well, thank you, John. I think we'll wait to the end and try to wrap it up. Mr. Bartlett is in the audience. I'd ask him to come forward. He's going to talk about the damage assessments, and for all those people that would not know normally, he embedded himself also at the EOC and was out there around the clock, and we appreciate the effort. And I think in some cases, he may be the one office that never gets any really sort of credit of being part of the EOC. Thank you, Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Deneen. Larry Bartlett, property appraiser for Volusia County, and let me just say that nobody cares about the property appraiser.
We do. We do.
So let me give a tip of the hat to Jim, who knows how to run an EOC. We were out there, and occasionally in the big room there'd be a song. And one I remember most was "We Will Survive." Thought that was great. In addition to the 340 of us, we had one golden retriever named Izzy, who was in charge of morale, and she did a great job. So in addition to the handouts that I provided to you all, I wanted to show you this notebook, which is our damage assessment plan that we put together in March. Because knowing how things work, I figured if we had a damage assessment plan, we wouldn't have a hurricane. But I was wrong. But it came in real handy. We had various teams to man the EOC before the hurricane hit, during, and then afterward. So it came in real handy. Our teams went out to do the damage assessment early Tuesday morning, and they did a great job. But in addition, we had some help from the cities this year. New Smyrna, South Daytona, DeLand, Port Orange, and Edgewater. They did their own damage assessment because nobody knows their cities as well as they do. And so that was a great help, and I wanted to acknowledge them as well. As far as the ongoing damage assessment, we're still keeping an eye on the water. The water is still rising in some places, so the numbers that you see here on your handouts aren't final numbers yet, but we hope that they're close and that the damage that we're looking at is either over or almost over. So that's the end of my report. Any questions?
Right. Thank you, Ms. Bartlett. The next victim, unfortunately, to come forward would be the sheriff. He's one of the few people that, when he came in our facility, we never worried about having a cot for him. I don't think he slept for 3 days. And as close as he came to resting was probably speaking at the press conferences.
True. Thank you. Good morning again. We went in with a battle plan of improving communication internally and externally based on the lessons we had learned from Hurricane Matthew. We wanted to make sure that every single employee was included in the loop of everything that was going on. So when Joanne put a press release out, we made sure everything went out to all of our employees. And like everybody in public service, one of the most important things for us is to make sure our employees were showered, fed, were treated, when they come off the street to stay in a safe environment, and then when they go back out on the street. And again, the big thing was communication. We coordinated with business community. We have donations, pallets and pallets of water were donated to us. Hygiene goods were donated to us, and Taser donated $10,000 to us for an emergency fund should we run into any type of family that needed cash quickly. We also, my staff did a tremendous job and found 2 high water vehicles, rescue vehicles in Fort Stewart, Georgia, and were able to get them back here in Volusia County 2 days before the storm. We also coordinated with all the cities to let them know that every resource that the county has, all you need to do is pick up the phone and we'll be there. And we saw that at 2 o'clock in the morning when Daytona Beach had residents trapped, and South Daytona had residents trapped on Palmetto Avenue and on Beach Street. We deployed the high rescue vehicles, and we rescued over 50 people and got them out of their flooding apartments. When all that was said and done, the good Lord really did spare Volusia County. When you look at what happened in the rest of the state of Florida, we then volunteered to the state 20 deputies and support services and all of our equipment, and we were summoned to the Santa Fe River up on I-10 in Alachua County, and we went up and assisted them with flooding, and then we were redirected down to Collier County with all of our equipment, where deputies just returned and the support staff just returned last night. They used, the Red Cross cannibalized our high water rescue vehicles to make deliveries for the Red Cross. We were out on the rivers, the boats, and one of our deputies did CPR along with a Collier County deputy and saved a man's life who had taken a stroke and a heart attack while he was trying to clean up his residence. So if you listen to the folks who went out there, they have incredible stories to tell of what was going on in Collier County, and I cannot tell you the emails that I received from residents there thanking us, Volusia County, for coming in to help them out. And just as a side note, I would like to say this, and I don't think these people get enough credit. I got to go out to about half a dozen shelters during the storm, and I got to talk to the residents, and every single resident of our county that went to a shelter had phrases to say about the staff as they were treated like they were in a 5-star hotel. There were folks who came back to the shelter. They went for Matthew, and they came back for Irma because of the treatment that they received from the folks assigned to that shelter. I addressed the Volusia County principals today and thanked them, because I've never been to a shelter. To see that and to see the compassion and the way those folks were treated, I think they were truly unsung, and they deserve all the credit that they can get for being locked in that building and making sure that everybody was treated the way they were. But it's a heck of a line, treated like a 5-star hotel. So thank you very much.
In addition, the sheriff also, he's not saying that he coordinated all the bridges, the opening and closing bridges, and all the curfews for us. Next, Jim, you want to follow up with the final thing on response and assistance?
Absolutely. Jim Judge again. And I did want to thank Larry. We did have to kick off that full activation with everybody in the room with Aretha Franklin and I Will Survive. So we had everybody dancing in the hall, so it was kind of fun for that. Where are we at this point? Well, we have requested a disaster recovery center, not only one static, but also one mobile. The disaster recovery center during Matthew was wonderful at the Volusia County Health Department at 1845 Holsenbeck Drive. Our wonderful partner, Patricia, has agreed to once again relocate it at that facility. And then with the mobile unit, we intend to rotate that between libraries. Again, those requests are in. We continue to hear that the state and the feds are stretched pretty thin, but we continue to push that up so that we will have that asset on the ground. Our FEMA representative, we've got a wonderful young man, Scott Zaffram with FEMA, working with us. He's been there quite a bit. He's kind of going back and forth between Volusia County and Seminole County. Very, very knowledgeable, and I would tell you probably the finest FEMA individual I've ever had the chance to work with, so we're very, very glad to have him in town. We have secured the Army Corps of Engineers Blue Roof Program, so those folks will be coming in and working with Donna Butler's folks and working with Frank at the COAD to make sure that we're able to get those blue roof teams out there. We also have blue tarp teams that'll be going out as well. So we continue to support the COAD as they seek to address the short and long-term needs of our community, and also with the volunteers and making sure that we assign those folks to the citizens who are most in need. The good news also is power restoration has been completed. I know Duke finished theirs up a day or so ago. A lot of power crews in town, so we were very glad to get the power up. And that's always the case. You know, as soon as the power comes up, then the recovery is just that much easier to deal with. We continue to operate the Emergency Operations Center at a level 2, and again, CIC, our citizen information lines, are open. The Ocean Center done an incredible job for us, and we're so grateful to them. But we are working to shut that facility down. We do hope to have it closed out by tomorrow, but also making sure that everyone who's there has a place to go. We're going to have to deal with the mosquito problem here shortly, so we're also asking everyone to get out and make sure that they drain any standing water throughout the community, and I know Mosquito Control will be sending out information through community information as we deal with that.
Hold on for a minute, Jim. As the council saying in the paper today, we've activated a special program with mosquito control. We've talked to the cities that are not in the program or not in the district on how they want to cooperate. One of the issues that is different is that for a lot of those communities, the rain's a big issue, and freshwater mosquitoes are significantly different than saltwater mosquitoes, and it's a different chemical and has a shorter life. And so that's one of the issues we have to deal with. It's harder to prepare.
And I know more about mosquitoes, the Aedes aegypti and that I ever wanted to know. So we've got some wonderful folks both at the health department and also with Jim McNally for the county. The gentlemen are wonderful. And also something the governor came out with as an edict here just recently, that within 60 days, every adult living facility and every nursing home is going to have a generator, and also the ability to fuel those generators, and they have to be able to fuel them for a total of 96 hours to keep the buildings cool. So we had fire, EMS, law enforcement throughout Volusia County, mobile home parks, community areas, just checking on the public. That was morning, noon, and night. Anytime we got phone calls about any issues, they were immediately sent out to double check on individuals knocking on doors. There was a tremendous process, in getting out there to make sure that everyone, we will continue to answer the phone calls, continue to meet the needs of the public in the Emergency Operations Center, continue to work with Joanne in sending out community information. And with that, we'll turn it over to Mr. Rick Carl.
Yeah, Rick will give us a little overview on some of the things that happen at our airport. Obviously, how we handle these emergencies is really important to keeping and maintaining the confidence of the airlines that we have. Rick?
Thank you, Mr. Janine. Rick Carl, Airport Director. We did not sustain any major damage at the airport. We had minor roof leaks and things like that. Of course, the west side of the airfield does flood, and that's just part of the way it works, but we did not the main runway was never covered. Part of the taxiway was. So we lost power at 11 o'clock on Sunday night, got it back late Monday. We were closed for the storm from Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. We got normal operations back on Wednesday. When we have a storm like this come up, we had to have a big, thick manual. There's thousands of things, very complicated. So we activated what we call the AOC, the Airport Operations Center, which is a smaller version of the EOC, and we began having daily phone calls with all the stakeholders. As you think about all the people that are involved, from the hotels to Embry-Riddle, the Speedway, all the fixed base operations, there's thousands of things that are going on out there. So we were having daily calls throughout the storm. We activated our 72-hour weather event manual and went into place. We did have 67 flight cancellations. The airlines took it upon themselves to cancel at the appropriate time leading up to the storm. We did not reopen the airport until Wednesday, but on Tuesday we got power back late Monday night. Tuesday we were still closed. We allowed people to come in if they wanted to get their car. We just opened the gates and let people come get their car. After that, if people had requested it, we gave a 3-day parking pass if they were stranded. So we were trying to accommodate all the passengers. I'm really proud of Karen Feaster and Dan Blake and JCAS as the whole team. They stayed there. I was going back and forth between the airport and the EOC. So it all came out quite well. We did not get any real complaints about any price gouging. JetBlue, they capped their airfares outbound at $99 to accommodate folks, and the other airlines waived their fees for change fees and so forth. So we, all in all, we like the other airports that were impacted in this northeast central Florida region, we fared pretty well, and we're with the rest of them. So if you have any questions, be glad to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. I'm surprised you didn't say what you say to everybody, which is, the airport is not a shelter. Tim, if you come forward. The issue with our parks and a lot of our trails is ongoing. Why don't you give us an overview?
Sure. Good morning. Tim Bailey, Parks, Recreation, and Culture Director. We were at this since prior to the storm. We had staff out there securing our facilities, securing our equipment, making sure all of our hazards were secured so we could move forward with minimal damage as we possibly could. So we also had staff allocated to CIC. We had, during the storm, we also had staff allocated to the animal control shelter and the special needs shelter. And then immediately after the storm, we had all of our staff, all hands on deck, in the field doing damage assessment. And then once we had that damage assessed, we started to do the debris cleanup. So, and at that day, I think it was starting Monday afternoon and then into Tuesday morning, we started to allocate what our damages were. We have provided that information on a daily basis to the SFs and upper leadership to determine what kind of damage we had, as well as this park status. Are we open? Are we not open? What's the reason we're not open? What's still hanging around out there? So every day we provided a report approximately at 3 o'clock to give a current status. So that information then was translated onto the county's website. We also put it on our Facebook page to make sure the public was well aware of what was open and what's not open. At present, as of today, and there's a few sites that we're going to be opening up today. We had 62 sites that were closed officially right after the storm. We're up to 50 sites opened. That gives us about 81% that are open by the end of today. The sites that remain closed, a lot of those are boat ramps, and those will remain closed until the water recedes. There are submerged hazards. There is additional property damage by boaters being on the water, so we've been requested by FWC and the county sheriff to have those boat launches remain closed. So those, even though the park may be open, the boat ramps will remain closed until the water recedes. The remaining sites that are still closed are due to either safety issues remaining relating to hanging branches. So when you're in a park over a recreational area or on a trail, if that trail is not open, it's because we have a hanging branch there. We've got all the trails cleared off. There's no trees over a trail, with the exception of Glenwood. It seems like the local residents are piling all their debris on that trail along Grand Avenue there, so we're going to work on that. But the remaining trails, the showcase trails, are all cleared off. Some are still closed because we have a hanging branch issue. We have staff out there trying to handle those hanging branches as we can. There's a contractor on those higher, 30-foot or higher branches that are on the trail. We have a contractor that's going out there working with FEMA currently right now to get those branches down. And then as we have those trails deemed safe, those trails reopen as well as the park. So we're hard at it. We're still moving forward. I think by mid next week, we'll have almost everything open with the exception of the boat ramps.
Okay, Mr. Deneen had to step away for a minute, so George Baker will give us an update on facilities.
All right, George Baker, Director of Central Services. Good morning, Council. Gratitude is the oxygen of the soul, and I just want to take a minute to express my gratitude to the dedicated men and women of Central Services, because they have exerted a Herculean effort, just like everybody else in the county, pre-storm, during, and after. Facilities, pre-storm, we were securing facilities, we were boarding up windows, we were installing sandbags to prevent water intrusion. We were testing our mobile generators to be deployed after the storm. We were securing anything outside objects like trash can and anything at the exterior of the buildings to prevent wind-driven damage. During the storm, facilities had 8 employees that were stationed at the TCK building, at the EOC building, and at our facilities headquarters. And that was to ensure that we had uninterrupted services, which we did. And then post-storm, As soon as the wind subsided on the 11th, we were in the field, we were assessing damage. We were deploying mobile generators to the buildings, some of the buildings without power. And we were checking the other generators that were already installed on the buildings. And we began our repair work. And then fleet management, pre-storm, fleet was scurrying to get all the vehicles and equipment out of the shop. And pre-Irma, we had 99% of our fleet up and running. Out of 2,500 vehicles, we had 25 down before Irma got here. So every mission essential vehicle was out of our shops and on the road. And then fleet had tested all the generators. We have like 150 building generators. Those are all PM'd before hurricane season. Those are all load banked before hurricane season. We went around with our 4 mobile fuel trucks and we topped off all of those generators pre-Irma. And then our 8 fuel sites located throughout the county. We topped off all the fuel sites before Irma arrived. And then post-storm, we coordinated the fueling effort of the shelters, of the emergency shelters. And then we also coordinated the fueling of all of our county generators, which 105 generators, or 80% of our county inventory, did activate due to power outages. And, you know, from right after the storm, no generator ran out of fuel. We're fueling like 150 of them, and not one of them. Robert Gilmore, our operations manager, has the cycle, how many gallons an hour they suck up, and he ensured that no generator ran out of fuel. And then we, of course, we repair the vehicles as quick as we can after Irma, keep them up and running. Our 4 mobile fuel trucks are out there fueling heavy equipment so that they don't have to shut down or they don't have to be trailered. We go to them and we fuel them so they can keep doing their job. And of course, we did sustain minor and moderate damage and major damage to our county and court facilities. And that was due to wind-driven rain, that was due to downed trees, power outages, broken windows, broken gutters, etc. But all of our county and court buildings, all of our major county and court buildings are operational with the exception of 2. And those 2 are City Island Library and 250 North Beach Admin Building. And a remediation company called ServPro, they have completed remediation, dehumidification, and sanitation of City Island Library. They're done. They are still in the process of doing that at 250 North Beach. We estimate it's going to take 1 to 2 more weeks for them to be done with the remediation there because there's just so much more stuff to move out of that building. And so then after the remediation begins the rehabilitation, and that's going to take a while. Thank you.
Thank you, George. It's unfortunate to have to put that kind of money. The library we have, we know we're keeping for the long term. So unfortunately, it damaged a lot of things. Hopefully, maybe one of these days we'll get paid by FEMA on that. That's a little better investment. If we just 250 Beach, no matter what we do in the long run, is an obsolete building. To have to put over $1.5 million in it really just concerns me. I will tell you one other comment the sheriff made about the shelters that I'm really pleased of. One of the new arrangements we tried in Matthew, which really worked, was we embedded in all the shelters beach safety. And what they brought to that was a unique ability to manage people being LEOs and also being EMTs. And that really helped, and I think it brought part of the whole feeling of safety. You had one person that could do both. So that was another factor. I want to bring up John Angiuli as we get into the public works aspect. John?
Thank you, Mr. Deneen, honorable council members. Just want to show you a map of this is a tool that we use out at the EOC as well as our FOCs. It keeps track of the assets that we have out in the field that we're responsible for from the perspective of down problems, whether they be outage, whether they be restricted roads, signals, lift stations. We track all this. This is a working map. It's dynamic. It adjusts itself throughout the time. This is 3 days after the event. As you can see, a number of facilities. This is again using our GIS system, our Lucity database, and our field staff that's been deployed. Once the winds die down, they're out there assessing every one of our facilities that we're responsible for. That information gets fed back. We can start planning our manpowers, planning what resources we need and how we get those things deployed. And believe me, the divisions within Public Works are well schooled at this. They've been through quite a few. Of course, we can't, a year ago we had Matthew. So similar situation in Matthew. So you can see what happened 3 days after the event. You can see that map is pretty well populated with all sorts of problems. If you click to the next map that we have as of today, you can see that many of those problems have gone away. So staff has been very busy. This also includes the power company, restoring power to a lot of our signals, a lot of our lift stations. As well as just staff working hard to get out there and taking care of issues that need some repairs. Generally, as you heard Mr. Baker talk about his staff as well as others, staff is a very, very hard-working group of people. Pre-storm, they do their normal things like they always do. They're out there checking ditches, they're checking drainage structures, roadside ditches, retention ponds to make sure water is flowing, there's no obstructions, especially a storm like this is going to dump a lot of rain. They want to make sure all that is secure and try to keep our residents safe and dry. Things along the beach, trash cans are being picked up, restrooms that historically get storm surge and sand intrusion are blocked in, are boarded up to try to salvage those so that it minimizes our recovery effort. We still have some issues with ramps that get destroyed. I mean, that's just the nature of the beast. When you have a ramp that's susceptible to storm surge and erosion, those things are going away. Plaza Avenue being the latest casualty of Hurricane Irma. Of course, we had Williams Avenue that was still damaged as a result of Matthew. Traffic engineering is the same way. They're staging, they're looking at their generators, they're making sure they've got their supplies, they're coordinating with DOT so that when power is out and the road, those traffic signals are pretty critical. So they're out there making sure those things are installed. We worked with DOT last year and modified some of our cabinets so that it's a real quick plug-in for generators. That they don't have to do a hard wire. They can just take and we help fabricate the plugs so they can just plug them into our controllers and get that signal up and running as quick as possible using that generator power. The landfill, minimum damage there. They just hunkered down. They secured their equipment. They tried to, their biggest issue would have been erosion as a result of the water. The rain, will erode those slopes as well as their access roads. So they're back and operational right now. Utilities, we've got a real interesting utilities in that we're spread out all over the place. We're not concentrated like a city, so it really taxed our utilities division, and then they're well skilled at this. They know where their facilities are. A lot of the specs that you saw on that map earlier were actually, lift stations and water treatment facilities that lose power, and they cause problems for residents. So our generators are out there. They have crews that go out and will back those that are in critical condition to keep it flowing. I believe we did have 5 minor spillages between 500 to 700 gallons of sewage seepage, but that's all related because of power outages. When power outages are out there, you can't get to everything at once, so you do the best you can. And for as many that we have, to only have that few was quite amazing. Let me just kind of work through a couple of things that are still out there. As you know, traffic signals, I should indicate we had about 40 out. I think we actually had more than that out at one particular time. We still have 3, and I might add that Traffic Engineering Division supports all traffic signals with the exception of those for Daytona Beach. All the county signals are up and running. The 3 that are out right now are in the city of Ormond Beach. We provide maintenance for those, and those are all as a result of power issues. Florida Power and Light have a couple of lines down that feed a couple of those intersections, and one has just some sort of electrical circuit that keeps blowing the generator. Until that's figured out, we don't want to power something up that may cause something else that may damage. All school crosswalk flashers were checked and repaired prior to school starting. We had one facility here in New Hampshire. Our DeLand shop had about 2 feet of water in it because of the flood. City of DeLand was prompt out there, and they helped vac that out of there, but we incurred a little damage as a result of that. It is a historically flood-prone site. We had everything elevated, so we try to minimize. We get prepared. We know it's going to come, so we put things up and we move people and equipment out. But it's just one of those sites that we'd rather not be in. But that's the matter. That's the fact of the matter. That's what we operate out of. Road and Bridge, by the way, we had 2 crews hunker down during the storm. Like many people at the EOC, we had a crew at the Fire Training Center there on Indian Lake, and then we had a crew that believably spent the night at the DeLand barn out west of DeLand. And believe me, a few of those guys had wet their pants when that storm came through. And I don't mean that from a control perspective. I mean we had a flood going on out there. A couple of guys had to get up in the storm, put up a pump, and start draining a part of the facility because literally their mattresses started to float.
Mm-hmm.
So again, it was a very difficult time out there. But again, they've weathered the storms out there numerous times before. This one just took a little more westerly track and then tracked back east, and it made it interesting for those guys. But they all got out shortly after the winds died down. I think FPNL had a 35-mile-an-hour wind limit. I think Duke was up to 40 because we marry those guys together. We learned that in storms ago. Matthew worked very well. We get Duke working with our west side guys. We get FPNL working with our east side guys. They go out together.
John.
Yes, sir.
If I can add right there, you saw the response that I had to give back to the State Emergency Management by 12. They tell me at 4 o'clock, get up there by 12 o'clock the next day. Well, we had our approved plan up there, but I put a cover letter on it. I was hoping they talked about making this public, I guess, putting it out there, putting it on their website. We're disappointed they didn't put on the fact that they owe us all that money because I put it in the letter. But I also included one of their issues is this whole thing about power. And one of the things I'm most proudest of is that we know in the public works field that the most important first responder in most cases is public works to open up the road. Without that, you can't move anybody. And we asked the power companies to supply us, and I have the one letter here from, I'm going to give you a copy if you'll pass this out. I asked FPNL, both power companies to give us a letter. FPNL, I happen to have theirs here, because one of the things that the governor's office was concerned with, and rightly so, was about how do you get the debris, but they're only connecting it now in terms of getting power on. Well, we have embedded people so that we all go out together, and to to quote a piece of the letter, it says right here that FPL crews work closely with Volusia County Public Works, identifying and ensuring the safety of and removal of power lines down by fallen trees, and then collaborating to remove trees and debris and clear roadways safely. There is no way we could be as far along in the restoration efforts without these critical partnerships. I added that letter so that the governor understood that we understood how this works. And so that was not our issue here. We were getting stuff out of the way so could we restore power. But it directly relates to one of the big things that we do with public works after the fact.
That's correct. Within 3 days, the roads were clear. It was safe for the power company also to pursue more permanent repairs. Once we got the roads cleared, then they can send their heavy equipment down those roads and start reestablishing connections and power poles that may have been bent. It also provided access for our general public to get out, start getting to their homes that may have evacuated the shelters so they can see what's current at their places and get prepared for the next stage in their recovery. To date, we still have a couple of roads that are closed due to flooding in the Astor area. We've got some restricted access roads, water because of high rising water, or perhaps on tidal surge or tidal conditions along the Rose Bay area, and Oak Hill, where some of the erosion, Oak Hill River Road, right there along the river, it crested, went over, created a similar erosion like you had up in A1A in Atlantic Avenue. So it's a county maintained road. We're looking at that right now, how we're secured, it's passable, but it is going to need repair. Our engineering guys are looking at it, see how soon we can get that repaired. It may require it's definitely going to require rebuilding the shoulders. Hopefully we won't encroach on anybody's property. I know the city of Oak Hill owns some land in there, so I'm sure that it will be certainly willing partners if we can get that thing open as quick as possible, as well as a few businesses in that community along that river. I might add that the Main Street Bridge fender was damaged previously, we think as a result of Matthew. It certainly sustained more damage with Irma condition, but we have already had that contracted, and many of you travel east side, you can probably see the cranes here. They're pulling the old fenders out. We'll be installing new fender system on both sides in the coming weeks. By the way, those bridges do get locked down as soon as the wind reaches a certain speed, as well as for public safety, as the beach side is put in curfew. The one up in High Bridge, as well as Main Street, gets locked down. And when I say locked down, they engage the locks on the mechanism so they can't spring up. We coordinate with the Coast Guard so all boat traffic understands you can't traverse through the Intercoastal Waterway during those time periods. Main Street Bridge is also vital because it is a low bridge. It provides access for emergencies. Happens on the peninsula. In high wind condition, a lot of those vehicles, if they're not too tall, whether they be fire, law enforcement, or evac, can use Main Street Bridge to access the peninsula for those folks that may have elected to ride it out there. So it is kind of a critical bridge to keep that thing open and operational. Might add that the Holly Hill Barn in New Smyrna Beach, again, a part of our pre-prep, we evacuate those sites. Those sites are storm surge and wind-prone areas. So Coastal did the same thing. We removed all equipment off the barrier islands, shipped it west. We closed down New Smyrna Beach Barn, the Holly Hill Barn, all equipment and supplies, key supplies we moved west. In New Smyrna Beach, the same way. The airport there, we rent facilities for mosquito control. Unfortunately, they incurred some damage. Holly Hill flooded again, but we're back in it. Didn't get up to create a situation like along Beach Street. But it's fine for our guys. We're back out there and staging again. As I was relaying the mosquito control facility, that's a rented facility. They're still buildings. They've been there for years. We've been patching those roofs. Well, one of the roofs started to peel back. And certainly the garage door mechanisms that house all of our fogger trucks, which we, again, moved west, had been damaged. So securing those is a bit of an issue. And frankly, I'm a little bit scared because the last time we had that roof assessed, because of the age, because of the deterioration, we may be forced to bring it up to code, and it's going to be a little more of a costly expense. That we have to bear, not the airport, not New Smyrna Beach Airport that we rent that property from. A part of our lease makes us responsible for that property.
But as you all know, we have not waited. We've been trying to figure out how to make this all work, even during the downturn. We made the changes where we could afford to on things like the Emergency Operations Center. The only thing that's holding us up on the Public Works plan is to get purchase property. We have not been able to achieve that the way we wanted to. We're in the process of still trying to do that. We have taken the time since I've been here as manager to save and save and save road money, transportation money. It's not general fund money, it's not general fund taxes, it cannot be used for other things, but only for road, and we've saved enough money to build a complex. We have to protect this asset, which is the key asset, and a lot of times of being able to move in the community and fix things. And you'll see here in the next phase when we get into what we have to do now. Making sure that we have facilities that protect that equipment and that are not flooded out during an emergency or not wind damaged is really key. And we're working on that for the future.
Utilities, really, they have one issue, and that may have been resolved as of last night. We still had a Duke Energy issue on a lift station in the Swallows in DeBerry, but if what I've heard, Duke is back up and running, perhaps that now is fixed as well. Coastal Division, again, you can't say you can't say enough about what they do over there to get themselves prepared. Interesting enough that even though there was some winds and some high storm surge, we escaped relatively less than we had for Matthew. We have, obviously, I mentioned about Plaza. We got a walkover up in, 2 walkovers closed up in Bethune Beach. One remains closed. Staff is going to be rebuilding that one internally. We got the ADA access that connects the boardwalk in Lighthouse Point Park from the wooden boardwalk to the actual concrete walkway. That washed out during Irma. Our guys put another one in there. We knew it was a temporary. It got washed out, so we'll be establishing, again, a temporary fix for that to get people back on that jetty. Within, I believe, the debris was light this time. Division staff, along with our contractors, were able to clear it quickly. It was back open for vehicle access on the 14th. And both of the parks are open as well. There was a mention about mosquito control. Again, these guys been through it. Unfortunately, we've got some helicopter pilot turnover, so we've got some pilots in transition. But we had our emergency contracts in place with our fixed wing aerial Delta siding vendor. We're going to do our first flight in terms of an aerial operation will be tonight. Weather permitting. I know the weather's starting to get bad on Friday and maybe leading into the windows into the weekend. So we'll be spraying tonight aerial. Our guys are always out in the field with their fogging trucks. They're doing their surveillance. They haven't stopped. I mean, they knew this was going to come. I mean, it's the nature of the beast when you got a lot of rain and you got rising water in your rivers, whether it be east side or west side. I mentioned about their structure. Solid
The
waste.
other thing is, while John's mentioned mosquito control, this is something the council may want to look at. Now that this is in everybody's mind, we could do a better job. We do a good job, but we are limited because of the nature of the mosquito control district. This may be a time when you want to see whether citizens want to rethink on whether that should be a county-wide district. If that was the case, we would be better prepared to even move quicker because you would have the resources. You'd be set up for non-saltwater mosquitoes. Now, it's up to the citizens whether they want to do that. But now this is fresh in people's minds. You know, this may be a time whether the council wants to rethink whether the citizens are interested in that. Because I think every time this happens, there's a misunderstanding that there's only a certain group of people that pay for this service. And then why don't I get it? And then we have to contract with the cities, and it's kind of haphazard. And now you're trying to extend equipment that was never intended to cover the whole county.
Correct.
Just a thought for the future.
From a mosquito control, for those listening on the web, that we have a pretty robust website out there for mosquito control. You can submit your request for service. There are maps out there, and you can see where they've sprayed and where they're planning on spraying. So, I encourage folks, go there, check. You may be sprayed tonight, you may be sprayed tomorrow, so you can get a warning of what's coming or advance notice of what's coming. And if it's not there, put your request in, and that will be. We go through a process. You get the request, you surveil to make sure the mosquito there. We just can't spray to spray. We have to make sure that there's justification. That's following the regulations, and I'm sure right now they're everywhere, so that wouldn't be a problem. But it is a process. The website's very helpful for those that have questions about how do they request service. I mentioned the solid waste division. We've opened those folks up not 7 days a week, but from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Interesting thing, we got a request last week from Trader Joe's. It was a relay through the Daytona Beach emergency manager there. They had 32 trailers of spoiled goods fermenting in their parking lot at Trader Joe's. They have processed. They had to back those trailers up into their facility. They had to scan each one of those packages for an insurance claim purpose, and then it would go to a roll-off. They have been processing this stuff for days. They asked if we could stay open for Sundays so that they wouldn't have this interruption of service. We stayed open. We serviced them. They should have wound up that processing, I think, by Tuesday or Wednesday of this week. So interesting, a consequence of the storm and how having a regional facility like Trader Joe's, what that means to our community and the ability to help them was a big deal. Now, I know everybody's really anxious on what's happening right now from a debris perspective.
Yeah, let's take a stop here for just a second, because that's a separate topic, and that's action you need to give me some direction on. I need to ask for help on, and that's what's going to happen starting now and what we're into, which is this next phase. Two things I'd have to comment on. One, I want to thank the council members. They're always accessible. We try to keep everybody updated. I appreciate the fact that the chair took the time to be there, to do the legislation we needed. I appreciate Dan spending all the time he did, and Mr. Patterson, and especially Dan in terms of the legislation we needed. I appreciate the fact that Heather and Ms. Denny's were able to come out and spend some time out there. I think that the citizens ought to know that the council was actively involved and understand and appreciated that everything was going on, and were very supportive and wanted the information to get out. And then last but not least, I got to thank my staff who had this job that is maybe fun for them, not fun for me, and that is trying to keep me updated on everything we are doing at the same time. And you had the opportunity to ask me, okay, what do we want to do now? So I know that they took pleasure in driving me crazy, but that was their job, and I appreciate the support they gave me in trying to make sure I understood the issues when I had to make decisions. With that, Mr. Chair, if you'd like to comment on any of this portion, and then we'll get into the what we do.
Where we
going
go
on.
from here.
Yeah.
Ms. Post, you had a question?
Well, I don't have a question, I actually have a comment.
Okay.
First, I'd like to say absolutely thank you for all the staff, county staff, really did an amazing job. I was out at the EOC and every day went out there and saw everybody working hard. Jim Judge really, you were working like crazy. But everybody out in the field did a truly amazing job. There's some stuff that I would like to put on the record, and this is a perfect opportunity to do that. First of all, I was elected to represent the people of my district, to be the face of my district, and to serve and respond to the needs of my citizens. If there is ever a more poignant time for an elected official to be prominent, to be accessible, or to have and to be able to get the answers when questions are asked, it is during a crisis. And that's what we had. Hurricane Irma was definitely a crisis. During the hurricane, the intentional withholding of information in disregard for elected officials by the county manager and of county staff by direction of the county manager was appalling to me. We are at the top of the organizational chart of the county, and I expected to be in the loop. This did not happen, and as a matter of fact, it was thwarted and denied. When I'm standing in 2 feet of floodwaters in a neighborhood that has breached into people's homes, and I would like to have some idea from people who do this stuff for a living as to when we can expect the waters to recede in terms of ground saturation, tides, etc. It's unacceptable to not provide me, the elected official for that area, with the information sometime over a 3-day period. While out of my district, I had my questions answered by all kinds of persons outside of county staff, city staff, other agencies, other companies, very, very responsive. And I was lucky in the fact that I was able to assist every single person that I came into contact with in the last week. But for me, as the elected official representing my district, for me to have to jump through hoops to provide information to the citizens in a time of crisis and to be purposely left out of the loop is absolutely unacceptable. I received county press releases for information. That was fantastic. Joanne, you did a marvelous job of doing that. But I had to drive from my district in the northeast section of the county to the Emergency Operations Center once or twice a day to get specific questions answered, and then drive back to the district to continue to help my citizens. The governor and state officials sent out daily invitations for telephone conferences and in-person conferences for updates. Those invitations were sent to county commissioners and staff. I never received this information from staff. I, again, received it from persons outside the county manager's realm and was actually able to learn the status of some things going on here within Volusia County from listening to those calls. To me, again, that is unacceptable. At the point that I was so disgusted by the lack of communication and was unable to answer questions from citizens, I requested an update from all departments. And I was told by the county manager that the entire council would have an update in 10 days at the county council meeting. Again, when I'm out in the district responding to the needs of my citizens, that is unacceptable. Tuesday, I advised the county manager that I was elected to represent the people of my district, to be the face of my district, to serve and respond to the needs of the citizens. He said he disagreed that that was my role, and my role was to approve policies. I advised the county manager that there needed to be better communication in the future, and I was told by the county manager that he doesn't work for me, that he works for the council as a whole. And if all 7 of us collectively ask him to provide him something, then he will. That my individual request and my individual opinions don't matter. He repeatedly screamed at me that he didn't have to listen to me, and then he went into his office and shut the door. Earlier this year, I brought up the overwhelming lack of communication and even purposeful withholding of information by the county manager. The county manager has told me no on numerous occasions in response to requests for information. He has told me that he doesn't have to give me information and that there's nothing that I can do about it. Staff has been repeatedly directed not to give me information. There has been staff that has told me that they have been told not to give me information or they will be fired. It took me 2 months of asking every couple of days when I first started here for a list of phone extensions and contact information for Volusia County Department directors. 2 months. I was repeatedly told that I could not have the list. You know how I got the list? I walked past a secretary's desk and saw it tacked up in her cubicle and asked her for a copy. That is one of many instances of ridiculousness that I've experienced in this regime since January. When I was elected to this position, the general consensus in the public was that the county manager ran the county and that we did not serve at their direction. He did not serve at our direction. I came into office with an open mind, but what I've discovered is that there truly is no regard for county council, elected officials, and that county council is run by one person. And I just want this on the record. This whole hurricane was the final tipping point. So I just want to put all that on the record. Thank you.
Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks to Mr. Deneen and all of the staff for the excellent manner in which you have provided protection for the citizens of this county in the time of crisis. And I say this with regards to the safety of our community. I represent every citizen in Volusia County. So does every member of this council. It's not my city. You had your term, now it's my turn. And so when we began to specialize in areas, then you began to fragment the effectiveness as a whole. And so I say that if there are things that we need to learn from this process, let's address them. But let's not take the opportunity to take personal shots at anyone that is employed by this county. We are the hirers of 2 employees, the manager and the attorney. Staff works under the direction of the manager. Now, if I have a problem with a member of the staff, there are certain protocols in which we all should follow. But I am not in the business of pointing fingers in crisis. And there is a directory that we all receive that indicates all of the emergency contacts of every person in this county.
It took me 3 months to get that, Joyce.
Well,
I got that a month later,
but
after asking repeatedly.
Just like I said to you,
Heather,
you
please.
have to understand that
You were given,
it's
you were given-
available.
you were
had,
given time.
I never interrupted you, so
That's fine.
don't help me to be respectful, because I don't want to go low. I want to stay high. And so therefore, I want you to know that I appreciate what we have done. I appreciate the protection of these citizens. I appreciate the way that I was informed. If there are things that we need to do different, maybe, but let's have ourselves out of this crisis before we start pointing fingers. And so, again, Mr. Chair, I thank you for your leadership. I thank you, staff, for your expeditious handling of these affairs for county government, and I look forward to our continued relationship. Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the appropriate time, I want to talk about mosquito control, because there's a lot of mosquitoes out here.
Oh, buddy.
I've already received one text of support, so just thought that would throw that out there. Dr. Lowry.
Thank you very much. My experience was just completely the opposite. I got quick information. We had Mr. Tiller with the HOA at Stone Island wants to convey cheerleader thanks to the staff because they're under, I'm not sure when the crest is going to be at Stone Island. Does anybody know when that's going to be? Jim, do you know when that's?
We should have already passed the crest.
Okay, all right, crest at Stone Island's already done. Because they had put their stuff out to be picked up, but it was fixing to float away. And so we were able to coordinate things, and staff was able to coordinate some things a little differently there to help out. And I just wanted to say a great appreciation there. I think anytime we have a crisis, we have to be careful that we're part of the solution and don't become part of the problem. And we can actually get in the way of things if we're not careful. And I wasn't planning on talking about anything like this, but since it was brought up, Mr. Dean does work for us as a whole. He does not work for us as individuals. I would never go to a staff member or anyone. I might ask advice or I might ask information. But if I understand the way this works, is we are the legislative branch of this government, judicial at times, but mainly legislative, and they're the executive branch. And, trust is a coin of the realm. And I trust the two positions that we have responsibility for, and trust them completely. And I appreciate very much. I think it has been, for what we had happen with Irma, man, we have done a tremendous job, and my hat's off to the staff as well as the leadership and so forth. And obviously we have some things that you can always, anytime you go through, this was different than Matthew. Matthew busted the east side worst. I'm on the west side. They weren't the only ones almost wet their pants when some storms, wind hit the house, at my house. It was very interesting, so to speak. So the west side, so this is a different scenario for us over there. But anyway, I just want to say a great appreciation for everything that I saw, and appreciate Jim and Dan both, and the fellow workers that I have here. Thank you very much.
Pat.
Kind of amazed at what I've heard here a few minutes ago. I have I'm coming up on 9 years of experience on this council, and I was the one that in 1997, we took 140 people up to Emmitsburg, Maryland for training, for storm team training. And we came back in 98, we had the tornado, we had a fire. I've seen hurricanes. I've been at the Emergency Operations Center in the old building over there, sleeping on the floor underneath tables. When I was a state legislator, I was asked to be at the EOC by the Speaker of the House. And mostly I was just there observing, because it's a well-run operation, very well run. We know what we're doing. Volusia County is an example of what emergency operations centers should be doing. I've worked with and for and around and talked with and disagreed with county managers since in those 9 years. But I've never had a problem understanding that my role is a legislative role, to be up here and not to be getting so involved with the day-to-day operation. That's when council members end up micromanaging their position, and it's not one of micromanagement. It is one to be here, to be available, to listen to what's going on. I saw so much crap on Facebook. You can't believe what you're reading up there. I relied on what I was getting from the SFs. I relied on what I was getting from the governor's office, and I was relied with getting what I heard. I was at the county office building for approximately 2.5, maybe 3 days. I knew what was going on. I was listening to what was happening, so I knew at all times what was going on here in Volusia County. And it just surprises me of what I'm hearing here a few minutes ago. I don't have a problem. I don't see anything wrong with what happened these last couple of weeks. So I'm at a loss as to what was just been said a little while ago. I think maybe there might be a confrontational issue here that probably needs to be worked out, but at the most part, I don't see the problem. And I don't hear that Mr. Lowry or Ms. Cusack. And I'm basing mine on many years of experience as a county council member and as a state legislator, where I saw a lot of crazy things going on up there. And Joyce is over there agreeing with me. And I've seen many a storm, and I couldn't think of anything where every department within the county and with the cities is incredibly well managed because of the experience, because we know what's going on.
I agree.
So I don't know, you know, as a council member, the last thing you want to do is start micromanaging everything that's going on so that you have to know everything so you can be out there when you're doing selfies on Facebook. The people aren't comfortable with that. That's my little 2 cents worth here.
I'm going to take the opportunity just to interject here between the next 3 people that have asked to speak. And it is not our role to micromanage. It's not our role to demand from staff. It's some of the questions and things. It's not up to us to be the PIO of Volusia County. It's up to us to forward information to people that's been vetted, that we know it's for sure, that it has been approved. It's not up to us to, and I thought it was an unwritten policy, maybe it isn't, that during this time, the person who should be at the EOC would be the manager and the person selected by the council, which is set by the state, which is the chair of the council. For any of the other council members to want to go out there, I'm not so sure what value that is. That's one that I think maybe we need to look and see if we can create a policy in the future to make sure that we don't give the appearance that we're out there or whatever on that situation. I don't like seeing a copy of an email which says, I would like a full date by day's end on the status of the airport now and for the past few days, also the same or anything pertinent on the business economic development front. This was given the day the airport was opened. The airport had been closed through the 12th. And on the 13th, I'm supposed you demanded, basically, that you have it by the end of the day. That's not the way this council should work. That's not our policy. I know you're new, but some of the things maybe need to be explained, that it's our function to hire the county manager, to hire the attorney, set policy, and adopt a budget. Speaking of which, you missed one of the meetings on that, but that's okay. And we had to delay the meeting last meeting because you opted to go meet the governor, which put Vice Chair Denny's and I in an awkward situation of not being there because we opted to not to go because we knew we couldn't get back. And we were invited to go. And I had said to the governor I would be there. And I had to apologize for not being there, but yet you took the time to show up. I think that is not showing respect to your fellow council people. So, I mean, while we're talking about this, I think we might as well get everything out on the table and go forward. It's not your policy to be out at the EOC. What you want to do to help people, I think that's fine. But I don't think it's the policy out there to be the PIO of the county. People want to know. You posted things, I posted things, which were usually copies of things that were posted from one of the numbered FS14 somethings. And I did make one suggestion through the county manager that we possibly number those. So you notice after the first 12 or 13, they were all numbered so that people would see that. We're up to 50-something now. 58, I think. So we're up to 58, so people can see the effort that the county not only is making, but that they all look the same when they come in, but they can do that. Another example, I mean, just a full update by day's end on the traffic lights out, road obstructions, flooding, mosquito control measures, wires down, electricity outage, and any additional pertinent information you may have for the northeast portion of the county by day's end, and that was on the 13th. I mean, I don't know what we would do with all that. I mean, it's whatever we have, whatever is released by the PIO and through those things are enough for me. And to demand that and demand it by day's end, I think that's where you kind of came close to crossing the line on interfering with the operation of an emergency situation. If requests are being made that cause an employee not to be able to function, I think that's close to crossing the line. And I would ask that you would consider looking and reviewing that maybe there might be a better way that we need to do these things. I don't demand of any employee. It's not up to us to work with the employees of the county. Anytime I have inquired of anything, I've always been provided. I think all of us up here have been
That's
provided.
the problem.
Pardon? Well, if you ask me to provide you with a list of every veterans organization, which we don't necessarily have, I would probably tell you to go fly a kite, but that's just me, because I'm not sure that's the information that's readily available for the county. And I'm not sure that that's a function of the county to provide us information about all outside agencies. And unless we had set as a council, one of the objectives is that we want to do something with each of the veteran organizations, and we had adopted that as something that we wanted to do with it. But when I got that list, I'm going, what is this? So I think there's a difference in the way, when you have your own business, as many of us up here have, and you do your own thing, you can do what you want to. Here we should all try to work together. I was thinking about this morning, and I told Mary Margaret, I said, you know, we're just a few days away from being here 9 months, which is the gestation period of a childbirth. And I was thinking, I had hoped with all the things that we started that by now that we would be fully working together as one body, not as individuals trying to do individual things. We have to work together. While Ms. Cusack put it one way, we all represent all areas of the county, and we should, because when we adopt a budget, that's not the budget for Zone 4, District 4. It's the budget for the entire county.
I agree.
And so all of these things we need to work together. In addition to that, there are two of us. You're 1/3 of the people totally elected to represent District 4.
That's fantastic.
So, and we all try to do what we can, but to criticize the manager over the request that you made, I'm just not so sure that we should have a understanding that when your requests become the point of interfering with the operation of the government, that we need to reevaluate, and you need to look at and pull back on. I mean, you can criticize, but I think your criticism isn't warranted with the demands that you made in the copies of the email, which I asked anymore. I said, what was prompted the one? To request from Rick Carl the day that he officially opens the airport, all information by day's end. That gave him 5 hours to prepare a report. And then what were you going to do with it? I mean, the information was out there that the airport was open. It's not up to us to do those type of things. All lights out, all of these things that you requested. I think that we were provided the information. We were provided the updates. And again, I'll emphasize this, and I'll move on to Ms. Wheeler. It isn't up to us to be the ones to be the PIO of Volusia County. It isn't up to us to run every department in the operation of Volusia County. It's up to us to do what we can and what we are chartered to do in the operation of this, and that is to set the policy as I stated. Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you. I was going to start out and just saying Jim, Judge, Joanne, Larry Bartlett, Chief, Sheriff Chitwood, Jim Judge, again, Rick Carl, Tim Bailey, George Baker, John, to the manager and staff. I was locked locked down beachside, couldn't get over the bridge. I was in constant contact with somebody. I felt like I could represent the entire county being over there and getting the updates that I was getting, which was plentiful and very thorough, and I was relaying those to everybody, not just my district, but everyone who would read anything that I was posting. I was getting all the critical information. Staff knew I was locked down. I didn't feel the necessity for me to be at the EOC because I felt that it was sufficiently staffed. I'm so impressed going out there and see how it was run. Prior to this event, I had total trust and confidence that we were in the best care. I did not need to mingle nor get my hands in there, nor them have to take time to deal with me. It was not their responsibility to deal with one person. They had a traumatic situation for Volusia County. I appreciate having that staff and that security of knowing that I couldn't have had better care for our county. And as a representative of my district, but as a representative of Volusia County, I was so proud and grateful for all the stuff that I've given. And I have had numerous people contact me and thank me for the information. They were updated all the time, many, many times of the day. I was on the phone or out in my area where I could go beachside because the bridges were locked down. I just thank you for all of that. You know, I was a city commissioner for 6 years. I've been impressed with the amount of information. I also know what I'm not to ask. I can ask for the information, but I don't demand it. I deal with respect because we're all in this together. And to request something of volume or anything from any department head during a traumatic time like that, at a crisis time, for a person to have to take aside time to fill one person's need, that's not how I deal. I don't think that's what we were elected to do. I felt like I represented my people well. I felt like I represented Volusia well because I was given the information that I needed. I thank you. It made me confident in what I'm doing, and absolutely, Jim, it couldn't have been any better. I mean, the preparation before, it was just, I'm just so proud. Just thank you for being a part of it. Thank you.
Ms. Dennis.
Timing is everything. And unfortunately, this is not the time that this particular issue should have been brought up in council. Perhaps under council member comment time, after staff finish their report. But to try and make this hurricane event about one council member and a clash with the manager is not the right timing. It's just, with that to staff, I apologize from this council, Mr. Manager, and to every staff member and person that has volunteered and worked and been sleep deprived at the EO. You know what my biggest concern was after 24 hours in this event? Sleep deprivation. Very genuinely, sleep deprivation. I called the manager, tell me about your senior staff. Are you getting enough rest? Tell me about our first responders. Are they okay?
And they answered you.
Do you have enough second and third tier people in here to continue doing what you're doing for this event? My concern at that stage was for staff and sleep deprivation. It happens, it's real. And we were in it in the event. Councilwoman Post, you were concerned about communication. Let's talk about communication, and this is my time. Thank you for the respect. There's several things we did get elected to do. That's That's to hire our city manager, our county manager, and our county attorney. And we are policymakers, and we pass the budget and the millage. You missed the budget vote. We held up the millage vote, as Mr. Chair said, Ed Kelly said, because you chose for a photo op with the governor. While the chair and the vice chair, knowing that everybody was evacuating, we discussed, we were concerned that should the governor be late for a 5 o'clock presser, that could we be back to do the people's work that we were elected to do, to be in our positions as chair and vice chair representing the entire county for the millage vote at 6 o'clock at the last county council meeting. We opted not to go, so we would be in position. We also opted to wait 15 minutes because you were not yet back, and at that stage we said, we have a quorum, we're going. We started the meeting without you. There have been times you've been missing from meetings that you've given no heads up to the manager or to the chair, and we've gone in to start the business and we're like, well,
Incorrect.
oh, where's Councilwoman Post? That's a fact. That's a fact. The record will reflect that. So communication, I agree, is everything. Timing is everything. And to take this great update, and I too have gotten great responses back from community leaders, from citizens, from agencies, from groups that we've worked with, thanking us for the EOC, Mr. Judge and our manager and everybody involved with us for the good work that we did through this hurricane event. To roll out a thundercloud before we even get to the point of debris removal and mosquito control and some really serious issues, to roll out a thunder, because it's your issue. It's your issue. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Post. This is your issue. I clash swords with the manager. That's no secret. But it's policy, and it happens, and it's done professionally. And sometimes I will tell him it aggravates me that there's 6 other council members. I have a way. Given my way, you all wouldn't exist. I tell him that. He says, there's 6 more of you, Deb. I've got to do that. And I understand that. But that's a policy level discussion that's fair. And it's strong, but it's the way professionals and colleagues treat each other. And there are times, and Councilwoman Cusack, I'm going to refer back to you, I don't know, about a year and a half ago, there was an issue, and it wasn't on my radar. Councilwoman Cusack looked down at me when I was at that end, and she said, Councilwoman Denny's, are you hearing me? Remember that? And I looked at her, and I said, I hear you. I don't even remember what the issue was. It didn't matter. It was important to her. It was important to her district. And the council rallied to support whatever that issue was. That's what professionals do. That's what electeds do. We keep it at a policy level. I'm going to keep it at a policy level. It's not going to be personal. We do not get involved in day-to-day operations. And this just was not the time or the place to do this. And honestly, if you had some issues that were accurate, and you wanted your colleagues to listen to you and maybe be a little open-minded, this wasn't the time, and I don't think there's any open-mindedness here to vet that at this particular time. So I'm to go back from day one and roll out your personal issues into an update on what we're trying to do for all of Volusia County, I don't think like that. So I don't even know what to say other than timing's everything, communication's everything, and I would ask that next time you decide to leave early for a meeting or not come or show up for a vote on millage or the budget, that we at least owe it to each other to at least advise the manager or the chair, because that will happen from time to time. We miss meetings, whether it's personal, it's illness, it's professional, it doesn't matter. But up till now, the times that I've served, with the different council members I've served with, this has never been an issue, and the chair or the manager was always updated. I mean, I might be the next one missing at the next meeting, but somebody's going to know why. It's not just going to be, my chair's going to be empty, and we look at each other after lunch and go, where's council person whomever? So, I'm going to stop talking because this is way too personal, and I apologize again to staff. And I think the best thing that we can do going forward, Mr. Manager, is to, and Mr. Chair, is to continue our good work that we're doing here and get an update on debris removal and keep anything else in the appropriate time under council member comments at the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Ms. Post?
So I obviously have a couple things to say now.
Would you be willing to continue this to
Well,
personal?
I would like
time?
to finish. I would like
Okay,
to
well,
finish.
we allowed you to do this in the middle before we were gonna do here's what happened and here's where we're going. I didn't realize that that's what you were gonna lead to. I felt like that would be.
I would like to finish. Let's just get it finished and move on.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move for a 10-minute recess at the moment.
Move has been made for a 10-minute recess. And seconded. Any objections to the 10-minute recess? Not hearing none, we'll take a 10-minute recess. Just give me the microphone. Have 1 minute and we'll reconvene the council meeting. 1 minute. Jeff, are you ready? Jeff's ready? Everybody ready? We'll go ahead and reconvene the recess. From the recess, Jim, just one quick note. Councilmember Post has agreed to wait until member comments to continue her discussion and questions. So we'll go ahead and try to complete the agenda.
Thank you. What I'd like to do now is open this up, and there'll sort of be a tag team between John and Julie, George, and myself. And this is really where do we go from here? And in some cases, like I said, the event is still underway. And once the power comes back on, then the real urgency is how do we get this debris out of the way, first for safety reasons and for health reasons. And the second reason, too, is just aesthetic reasons, okay? And it blocks things. So the thing you have to remember here that's different than other storms ever, and Matthew specifically, which people remember, is that the resources that are available, and there's a limited amount of resources in the country that's available, and there's various companies that do this, to actually allow you to pick this debris up in an efficient manner. Now, well, obviously, we try to ensure ahead of time through the FEMA rules to make sure that's how you get paid, is you have to bid all this. So we have a process we put in place to make sure that we can do this for the public in an efficient manner. Because as we all know, after everything gets cleared away, the only thing that's lingering is the money. Okay, so the bottom line is what we have going on now, nobody could have anticipated. And that is you have this enormous storm, which I thought was interesting in that picture, by the way. It covers the entire state of Florida, so you really get a feel. You have this enormous storm that really did all this damage in all of Florida, especially South Florida. But what really complicated this was the storm Harvey that went through Texas. Those poor people are in worse shape than we are in even southern Florida. And then what we have now come to understand, and that is that as the storm moved northward, it was of such strong intensity that when you got to places like Atlanta, places that don't see those kind of normal winds, well, it really took a toll on their electric system and all the debris that they got. So what does that mean? That means that all the resources, which definitely have a finite number, are now being shared by a larger group of people. Now, what happens there? First of all, it slows everything down. But the other thing that, if not managed correctly, what that can do is it can create an opportunity to exploit the public sector and the citizens by a feeding frenzy that, one, costs the citizens too much money, and number two, which even though the state and I think also Texas and Georgia may have done, which is to say, we don't care basically what it costs you, well, that also leads to people now trying to take advantage, but at the same time, them telling you, oh, by the way, if we pay you, we're going to pay you at the bid rate. Well, you're talking about a small difference. If you're paying $6 to $8 a yard, and now somebody wants $20 a yard, a $25 million bill we have could be $50, $60 million. So we have to really be careful. Here's the other thing. We have a responsibility, I think, as a county, when we know what's happening to cities who have less resources than us to fight the battle, to try and work as a team. So we put together a plan. We'll talk about that. John, you want to start, or George, whoever wants to start. George?
Well, just a little bit more on the background. I want to make it clear that, we were prepared and we went through the process, and this council actually approved our vendors and an upgrade to the contract just recently. So we had 10 respondents to our RFP, and we picked 3 and put them, under contract in the form that's used for debris. Our contract goes, it's approved by the state and FEMA officials. It gets looked at to make sure that it's met all guidelines. It's a federal, because it eventually is backed with federal money. There's federal procurement rules that apply. All that's done through our purchasing department. And so there's a lot of work that goes into that RFP. Again, this is not our first rodeo. So you've honed it through the years, and we have a very good contract. When it came time to issue a notice to proceed, we went to the 3 contractors that were selected by the team and approved by this council. And we happen to have they're 3 of the largest in the country, maybe the largest in the country. So they're very, very large organizations. And we got crickets when we sent our notice to proceed. From the major one, they said they could not basically perform. John has been working with them. They proposed they could perform if they doubled the rate that they had bid on. We told them to go back and keep looking and try to give them that opportunity. We went to the second bidder, who actually is under contract for, I think, the city of Daytona and some other places, but because they were our number 2 and probably their number 1, they committed what they had, which is not much, to Daytona Beach, and I think they're in one of the other cities. And this led us really to continue down the list, and I got some good news I'll get to at the end. But so the first 2 people definitely couldn't perform, and we gave them the deadline to just before this meeting, actually, to come up with something. Meantime, through Mr. Angiuli's tireless work and the team we've kept beating the bushes along with purchasing, and we think we do have an answer that we'll get to at the end. But I want to talk a little bit about how we got there. The other thing that occurred, which the manager will bring up as well, we're noticing we're all with the cities using the same people. And what was happening in South Florida, as he described, because there was this thought that, possibly FEMA may allow, or the state may allow you to go out and emergency procure. Keeping in mind both the state and federal government have different procurement laws for themselves. So they can do things that we can't do. And so there's a lot of things in the law that says you must follow your procurement procedure if you want to be reimbursed. And of course we are. So at the end of the day, this feeding frenzy did start, as Jim mentioned, because of limited resources. Market rates were being put out there, and I think we did the right thing in saying, whoa, wait a minute, we're not going to get in that. And not only that, we called together the city managers, and we had a very good meeting yesterday where all the cities agreed to stand tough with us, and that we weren't going to get into that kind of a situation. Because, quite frankly, there's a commodity of workers, but we have a commodity of debris. Unfortunately, in the county, we probably got nearly 1 million yards of debris. So that's a body of work that somebody's going to want. And if we have a little bit of patience, because really we're not in the situation of Houston and some of these other places, the type of debris, ours is almost 99% vegetative. That's a good thing. We do have some flood stuff. We'll have some other things. So our debris is more right now, while it's a safety issue, is it's along the roads and it's in swales and it's not great, but it's not flood debris that they have in Houston or down in the Keys, these other places that's molding, that's sludge filled, it's a real hazard on another level. So what'll happen is the market will swallow up the tougher, more expensive debris, but not everyone can handle that. And we feel, and kind of through a lot of negotiation with John, I think we found the right contractor that will be able to come in and provide. He will not be able to come in and provide at the same level that we started off in Matthew, but he'll eventually get there and ramp up, and he's committed to holding the prices that he bid, you know, with us. So we're going to go forth with that contractor. We've sent them a notice to proceed, and now working with the cities, we agreed that this contractor can take nobody that's already here, and on top of that, we'll be available to piggyback. The cities will be available to piggyback. They may already have this company under contract as well. And what we agreed to do, the manager's direction was the other managers, is we would sit down as a project with these other affected cities, because the main contractor that we had 4 or 5 other cities as well. So we'll work together and we'll try to share that resource, because it is limited, and we'll make some priorities in on the urban roads and urban areas, both in the city and in the county, and we'll work our way together as a project, should those cities choose to do that. Now, they may choose to go off on with their own, another contractor. Small city like Helen, they're able to find a local person, and they're not even going to use the FEMA process. But they're talking in terms of 10,000 cubic yards, and we're talking in terms of nearly 1 million. So it's just a scale. As we talked about, the storm's a little worse debris-wise on the west side than it is on the east. So the eastern cities have, a little bit less, and so they can deal with it a little bit differently. But I think another big fact, and by the way, just so you know, as we put out, we've already started the debris removal with our own people. And I think that had a big difference when we were dealing with these contractors. Sometimes you got to be able to tell them, well, maybe we just don't need you, because we got our own folks out there, and it'll take a little longer, but we do have resources. It's important, and they're out there today. They're out there right now working on the roads today. There's an effect of that. John actually can go over a little bit. I just want everyone to know when we're doing that, while we're doing that, that just does mean other things are not happening. It's a choice, but I think it's a wise choice. But it does mean that, and John, I think, provides a list of all the things that won't get done while we're doing that mission. You just want to touch on
George, Pat Patterson has a quick question.
Yeah, George. Matthew pretty much destroyed my place, so this time I don't have that much debris, and I've been talking to some people that have just little bits of debris that asking about the possibility of just being able to burn it in their backyard or in certain situations. So what
we could talk to you about that. We have something else we're going to do differently that we haven't mentioned that we'll get to in a minute on our debris sites.
Okay.
We're going to take an approach of using our people, the contracted resources we can get, and then some other stuff we're going to do differently at the debris reduction sites. And as far as the burning in the yard, those guys over there probably got all excited. But we'll have to talk about that, and I think that that is allowed. But
you don't have to worry, Chief. We'll figure something out.
Well, they'll have to have mud tires to get in there to put the fire out there.
So in a lot of cases that's already happening, as they can attest. So, but what we don't need is we definitely have already hundreds of thousands of yards out in our right of way with more to follow. Myself, I have not had the chance to even really get deep into removing the trees on my property. So there'll be more, and all up and down the area I'm in, you can see just trees back in the backyards and everywhere that'll all be coming.
Well, half of my district is in the unincorporated area, and a lot of it is up on the northern section, and they're pretty independent up there.
Right.
So I don't want to. I don't want to burn the town. I don't need another fire of 97. I'll guarantee.
Ms. Patterson, I think one of the things that we're going to suggest, especially on the west side, is that I think that we can make the bold step on the areas where we will do reduction. We'll try to have a number of sites that if we tell people they can bring this, and they can be independents, I mean, they can be moms and pops, but they can also be local small contractors, people that do tree trimming, things like that. They can bring it for free. Then they may not even want to burn it. If they do want to burn it, we'll look with the chief on whether there's any way to reasonably do that. But if we make it for free, we also talked about with the cities, is if the cities use their own equipment, their own troops, we'll give it to them for free. And we're going to try and make as quick as sites as available as possible. And the other thing is, if the cities who like this would work with us, we have to figure out maybe they can make sites closer for their own cities so they can move quicker.
Yeah, we're hoping to get that kind of help for our enclaves and some other areas too that we will have to clean that we can use. And that's the kind of cooperation, I think, that started yesterday, in the meeting of the managers, where we'll help each other out with those type issues. What we're talking about, and we have to make a distinction, and we put out kind of a piece of paper here on what a debris management drop-off site would be. In the process, just so people understand, and this is actually something the federal government requires communities to do, so that you don't fill up your landfill unnecessarily, because back in Andrew, people remember when they basically took the city of Homestead and put it into the Broward County and landfill, they destroyed the asset that they had. So we reduce the debris. In other words, we burn it or we mulch it. So this is not a landfill thing. We do, through general course of business, allow people, of course, we have a C&D section of our landfill where people can take tree debris. Private outfits, there's several C&D pits in the land where people can do that. So that's always an option.
You'll do that without charging them for doing that on these small situations?
No, we always charge at the landfill, and that's what I'm trying to differentiate here. Right. There always will be a charge if you go over the scale and you go into our landfill. That has to happen, because FEMA, the minute you don't do that.
Well, you were talking about.
But what we're talking about doing, let me just try to, I want to make this clear, is we're setting up separate sites. One may be co-located at the landfill, but you will not go into our landfill. You will go off to the debris management reduction site.
We're going to sign them.
And it'll be signed and everything. Same with the closed Plymouth landfill. It's no longer a landfill. We've used that in the past. We'll reduce there. John's got another place identified to be open down in the Orange City, Deltona area, because that's an area that's harder hit. Again, that's county property down there where we have right-of-way for the future Rhode Island extension. There's some county property there. We'll use that as well. These are just drop-off sites where the mom and pop, as he said, small contractors, mom and pop, there'll be rules. There'll have to be county residents. They'll have to sign some stuff. So again, we're going to try and still get reimbursed for the reduction portion of it. But it'll be free for people to drop it off there. So I just it's a clarification, and it's important to understand.
One of these things I think that'll happen is, one, there are a lot of people that have the ability to do this or want to do it, so it'll be an incentive to them. The other thing is that what we'll get is almost like a Dunkirk approach. I think we're going to get a lot of local people that are small local contractors. We're not talking about the big people that do this for big living. That, say, for example, that cut up trees and all that. You know what some of these people do is cut up and drop it on the side of the road. That don't do me no good. Is that in some cases they have the capability, and if they didn't have to pay to get rid of it, then they may take advantage and go out there to these groups and say, look, we'll come out and we'll cut it up and we'll got a place to take it. So we may get a lot of the small ones that are really helping us out.
Well, it seems like to me what this will do, it will also allow the total project of being picked up much faster than if we had to go without the contractors that that we can't get,
right,
and paying an exorbitant price.
Exactly.
It's an offset. I know we'll have somebody pick what little I've got up in my driveway in my yard to save me from resodding again,
right,
and have them take it. If they can drop it off free, I'll pay them whatever to pick it up and get rid of it.
Mr. Chair, if I can read this into the record, this is a comment I got from Yarborough for the cities. This after our meeting. This is a summary. He asked me to read it at the meeting. Okay. All the cities of Volusia County have participated in the reference conference call with the exception of Daytona Beach and Daytona Beach Shores. Jim Chisholm has contacted after the call and agreed with the unanimous position of the cities. I talked to him personally. He couldn't make the call. We also talked to Mike Booker, and they've done it Beach Shores. They are fine. They had so little debris, they're not even going to worry about it.
The
okay?
Shores or Daytona Beach?
Daytona Beach Shores.
Yes.
I'll go on. The city managers agreed that to negotiate an increase with FEMA approved debris removal contracts would have an adverse effect on public entities and possibly result in price gouging. They're also afraid if we enter into this, the people like Orman, that their contractor showed up. Well, you'll pull them away. And then all of a sudden now they had a contract, we'll be hurting ourselves. Further, they agreed to allow the county to negotiate with the contractors on their behalf to assure a fair and reasonable rate throughout the county. It was noted that some cities are enjoying a proactive response from their debris removal contractors that did not represent a rate increase. So we know a couple of them haven't. What they're fearful is that if we don't do this as a team, their own people they got work from now will rush off to somebody else, especially if they think they can get it anywhere in the region. Also, the managers wanted to thank you for waiving the disposal fees at waste reduction sites for homeowners, residents, small local contractors, and cities that haul their own debris. This will assist greatly in those who want to be proactive in cleaning their right-of-way and properly as they anticipate a delay in securing FEMA-approved haulers. We also believe, so I did take the liberty that said we could do this, you still have to approve it, but the other thing is that we believe because of our size, we can bring a large enough volume to the table. Because while the storm, here's the thing you have to remember, while the storm hit the east side hard last time and not the west side, this time it hurt the west side. So the east side cities, some of them, like Ponce where I'm at, it was small enough they're just going to pick it up through waste collection. Well, the bottom line is that's not true for a lot of the county. And so in the end, while we did $1.5 million from the county unincorporated, this year we'll still do close to $1 million. So we have so much volume that will help the cities get a better deal with this contractor.
Well, are you, with the information you've given us, are you ready for us to put forth a motion to?
Yes. What I would like it to motion on is to allow us to set up these debris sites, to advertise that they're free of the debris sites. They would be for all of Volusia County. So it would be any of the cities, any resident in Volusia County. And that the other thing I think is that this will allow us to try and get those contractors in. The other thing we promised the cities, as George said, was if a contractor comes in under this big contract, rather than the contractor deciding, I got 30 trucks, I'll put 10 in one city, we're going to decide among us where the trucks go. The contractor's like cool with that because then he said, I won't get beat up. So we'll decide so that nobody gets left out. And so if you need to, in my opinion, approve for us to go out and advertise that we're not going to charge and that we're going to provide this opportunity. And I think we would like to see some direction on our ability to do what we want with the cities to work cooperatively.
Fred?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, will this enable us to set up an alternative way of handling this that might be applied in the future? Because we've had 2 events now where contractors have not come through for us. Matthew, it was because the whole East Coast, every county was almost involved. So we got messed up there, is a kind word to put it. And then this time the whole state just about. Right. So in the event, usually a hurricane doesn't just hit one county, it's going to hit a bunch. So this seems to be a trend with these contractors to bail out of their contract to go to the highest bidder. We can't outbid West Palm Beach.
No.
I mean, there's no,
No.
I mean, we
can't.
know how things are configured in the state. So we're we're a huge county compared to the other counties. So what I'm asking is, will this enable us to put a more local-oriented plan in place that could be used in the future and forget about these contractors that keep messing us up anyway?
I think you'll always need the contractors because of the volume, okay? I think that if we put this plan in place, and George and I and John talked about this, we would institutionalize this with the cities at work. We talked to them about this. So this would be part of our plan, not only fallback, but I don't see a reason why, I call it my Dunkirk approach, why you couldn't allow some people that are independent and want to do this, and also people that are homeowners, an opportunity in the future. So I think it can be a combination.
Yeah, because I'd rather support the local first before,
Right.
We will need, probably to have, either interlocal agreements or,
Yes.
or understandings, especially if the cities are going to use this site with their own forces. So we'll need some sort of authorization to enter into that.
Well, and two, in this, this is kind of a trial balloon for us to do this. We may try this and 6 months from now say, boy, let's don't ever do that again. But if it does work well, then it's something I think we ought to look at as maybe
Okay.
being the first line of defense or whatever.
I like it. I like, it's the fact that we keep some of our own equipment, so we never want to be where we can't do our own thing. So we'll do that. I think also it'd be good if you authorized us to enter into a memorandum of understanding agreement with the cities on how we're going to do this.
Okay, Dan can prepare the memorandum of understanding, and then if we can get a motion to allow Mr. Deneen to create whatever-
To create these debris reduction sites and make them free to residents, homeowners, residents, homeowners, and small local companies that are in this they're in this type of business, yard business, and also the cities if they use their own equipment and people, or if they use their own people with rented equipment that's related to the type of city equipment they always have.
I'll make that motion.
Motion's been made, second by Ms. Cusack.
Give it to Joyce.
Is there any objection to the motion? That was the motion for the setting up the sites. And also within that was the creating the memorandum of understanding with the cities.
Correct.
So it'd be
What I'd also
combined.
like is the opportunity, if the council will so approve, to put together, using Joanne's office, some kind of press release that relates to how this
Well, let
is
me
gonna
get a
work.
vote on this one. Any objection to the motions on the floor? Hearing no objection, that motion passes unanimous. Mr. Patterson.
Well, it's not really, well, it's related to this, but a question. When the Attorney General came out and said no price gouging, why in the world aren't we reporting that we've got cities that are creating a situation where price
The state's
gouging-
creating it.
Well, the state's creating it.
The state allowed it.
They're promoting the idea by their
promoted it.
activity.
State
John?
promoted the idea.
John?
So did you want to get the other motion?
The other thing
on-
was, here's what I wanted to make sure we do. I would like to have something go out that we can share with the cities that explains what we're going to do. But here's the other thing. We have to let people know that we have to be patient. We will not have the resources that we once had. So we also have to understand it may take a little more time, but we're doing this because we're doing the best way to, and also save the public money.
Well, why don't you, I mean, you can create,
Right, I mean, this is just, when I communicate that we're gonna do this, you don't have the big contractor, so it could take longer.
well, you can create a press release on that information, and
Okay.
I would think without us doing a motion.
No, I'm just
on it.
saying, no, you don't
Okay.
need a motion, just so you know we're gonna do this.
Right.
So, and I'll work with the cities, because we want something that goes out, because I wanna make sure you understand, we're gonna be letting people know their expectations have to align with the equipment we have.
Okay, so that takes care of that part of it, and I guess you're going to let us know now, John, you're going to let us know the
Well, Mr. Chair, just while you're at it, I think it'd be helpful for the record for you to, the council to approve the second extension of your declaration of
Oh, yeah.
emergency.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that would be a separate one. Is there a motion to extend the,
So moved. To extend.
motion made by Ms. Wheeler, seconded by
I'll second.
Mr. Patterson? Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. And now we'll go, I guess. That's what you need. Now, John, you're going to share with us, I'm assuming,
A
the
little bit more
plan that
information.
is kind of put in place for the unincorporated areas and the private roads and so forth. You're going to share that.
We'll talk about the private roads. Mr. Deneen will.
Is that
offer
where we are?
Okay.
Are we right at that point?
I don't know where
Not-
we
not
are.
yet, sir.
Okay.
I don't want to get, beat this
I'm
thing.
getting hangry. I just
I
say.
know, but when we finish this, you're done until 6.
They pretty much said everything. I can end it right there. But,
Okay.
But nonetheless, what we do have out there is, DEM sent out a nice little memo to everybody. Everybody read it. I think the intent of the memo, from what I was talking to some of the state folks, was to warn people. I think people took a little paragraph out of there that basically said the local government, if a vendor refuses to perform under the current contract rate, then the local government may pursue an emergency procurement. And what that has done, and a couple of things happen. You got a lot of small cities, Oak Hill being one of them. They may not have the forces to do a big procurement. But we have a lot of little cities in the Houston area, I'm sure, and there's a lot of probably little communities south of here that did not have these agreements in place. This allowed them to do an emergency procurement. I think that started the ball rolling about that vendor. I'll get it for $10, and then suddenly you got a neighbor that had a $5 rate. So now they were canceling their contracts, and then you had the snowball effect go into effect. What's also interesting about this came from Director Kuhn, is the last paragraph in there says that they reserve the right to pay you based on your pre-negotiated rate. So now you're holding the bag. So at the direction of Mr. Deneen, we weren't going that route, and luckily our cities supported the same purpose. We're not going to create a war to get these vendors in here. Just for a sidelight, there's like 4 people that use Ashbridge, which is the contractor that we've employed that we've now since turned loose and bringing somebody else on board. They themselves have had no trucks, and every comment was they were pointing back to the county to renegotiate the contract. We had 3 cities that use DRC, and they're getting limited trucks. The issue Mr. Deneen was saying, the resources are thin, and they're holding out for prices. But and then 3 are using Crowder Gulf, and Crowder Gulf seems to have the preponderance trucks at this time, and these are all at the contracted rate. So, and that shows well for those vendors that are coming in and doing that and holding their prices. But again, getting equipment is very difficult. It was mentioned earlier about right now what's happening is, we have a road and bridge, and Ben Bartlett right there is towing the line right there. Ben, stand up for a minute, please. He's our Assistant Road and Bridge Director. He's mobilized his staff. We have 2 crews called leaners and hangers. Tim Bailey mentioned the same term. It is parks. We don't have a FEMA guy with us, nor does Tim, so he misspoke. We have a debris monitoring firm. We enlisted Thompson Consulting. Those guys are embedded with Tim's guys, embedded with our guys to make sure we're eligible for FEMA reimbursement. So he's got 2 guys rolling around with leaners and hangers, trimming hangers and trees leaning over our roadways. He's also put together 2 separate, we got 5 separate haul crews going in. We took off 20 tandem trucks. We divvied that up into 5 different crews. We've got crews on the west side and crews on the east side. Right now they're being deployed from our 2 primary DMS sites, which is the landfill on the east side and the old Plymouth or the Plymouth closed landfill on the west side. So they are spreading from those regions and starting to clear county roads, county thoroughfare roads. What that means, and I'll just give you what that means, we have 58 road and bridge guys manning those trucks, 20 tandem trucks, 10 day laborers, 6 flatbed dumps, 2 clams, 3 buckets, sounds like a recipe, huh? 3 great alls, 3 skid steers, 2 loaders, and 2 rented scissor lifts at the management sites. So that's a lot of county equipment that's out there being deployed to pick up debris. And what does that mean? That means things are going to start falling off the plate because we can't do our routine maintenance on the west side and east side, predominantly in our drainage task team, as well as some of our road services. Some of our mowing is going to slow down because these guys are filling that gap. Since Ashbridge didn't perform, we felt that we had a need to get a presence in the community. We mobilized, they're out there. We have typically used these folks as hot spots. Once our big contractors go out and there's little itsy bitsies, or because of the topography or the tree hangover or something, the size of the roads, we'll send a smaller team, our guys, to go out and do those hot spots. So now they're doing the whole thing. It's a slow process. They have small trucks. They're not 100 cubic yard tandem type trucks. They can pick up massive amount of debris. But that's what we've done in the interim as we begin our negotiation process with these other vendors. So again, Ben's guys they're out there. They started earlier in the week. We have our 2 DMS up and running. Our consultant is manning those things. Typically, that's manned by our debris contractor. They create those sites. They man those sites. They manage those sites. We're taking that responsibility on with the assistance of our monitoring contractors, because we're still going to make sure we're eligible for reimbursement. We're not going to jeopardize that.
Yeah, I want you to repeat that. We're still doing this because I cannot afford not to get this money. So we are going to make sure that when we do it, and we've talked to cities about this, there's a couple that are going to give up FEMA, like Ponce Inlet and that, they're small enough. We cannot at 1,000,000 yards. So we have to make sure we still get credit.
So you will see our trucks out there. They're moving around. I'm happy to report that early this morning we were in little conversations with Ashbrit. I gave them a time frame to see if they can meet what we were getting from our other contractor. They failed to meet that time frame. Then my phone started going off, my text messages. I think we got a workaround. Can we fix it? Well, they've been noticed since September 8th when we gave them a notice to proceed that we were activating them. We had multiple conversations with their president, CEO, about our needs and when equipment can come down here, and it all revolved back to price. You know, prices are going up. I don't know if I can get trucks. I don't know if, it may be doubled up. The last conversation that Mr. Rechtenwall and I had was they couldn't quote a price at that point. They could not provide a rate that would secure vehicles to us. So we started looking around. We started going down the list. We, with the assistance of our purchasing department, looked at all 10 vendors that were responsive in terms of their bids to our debris contract, weren't selected for one reason or another, and we opened that world up again to see who, because again, that followed the competitive bid requirement. We felt comfortable that we could test, that we would satisfy the test of FEMA's procurement guidelines. So we even canvassed those folks to say who has trucks, who would honor the price that they quoted. Get with us and we'll have some discussion. Luckily, an outfit called Phillips and Jordan, that was one of our 3 that we put up initially. Council approved them. They stepped up to the plate. They found that they can get us 20 double haul trucks, a mix of double haul and single haul by this Monday, with an agreement to get 30 more coming the following Monday, and then an agreement to bring in more as needed. So it's going to stretch us a little bit, especially if these 3 other cities who've elected to go with Ashbrit want to use Phillips and Jordan. As we said, we're going to share these resources.
That's a big deal, because if we do this and have the power to bring this in, what we're doing is I'm sharing this with the cities instead of putting them all, because I think it's the right thing to do.
And, I've had a real good conversation with Tommy Webster, their representative. I mentioned to him, I hope this marriage is a good marriage. He's on board, he's committed, and he's constantly out there looking for some additional vehicles for us. And we shared with him the possibilities of picking these other cities. Now, that doesn't say that these cities might be courted by Ashbrit. Since we spawned them, they might go, let me go back to Port Orange, let me go back to...
That would be a mistake on their part. But.
Yeah, Port Orange was absolutely that self.
Well, what we're going to do is, and I made sure that I felt we had to do this.
Yeah,
I had John and them contact Ashbrit today, give them to a certain time frame. We gave them an hour. And then after that, the reason I'm doing that, I have every intention of suing them. We're done.
Yep.
Now it's time to move on.
Okay. And we've done that, and that's exactly what's going on. We gave Phillips and Jordan a notice to proceed. I told them they had their trucks here by Monday. We'll have those trucks certified, their cubic yard certified, and they'll be married up with monitors, and they'll be hitting the streets.
Okay. Mr. Chair and Council, the one thing you've been asked, and I'm going to ask you to also approve, is that we will utilize some existing funds under our garbage bid that will allow us to, with all of our roads, do at least one pass on the private roads. Now, here's what we do on the private roads. We did this last time. They are last, okay, because we can only do the one pass. Normally, we'll try to do 2. It's the big pass and the clean. I cannot do that on the private roads. So they're last because it gives them the chance, because sometimes of getting somebody out to do your work.
Now they have the free spot.
Now, what I think is going to happen is, for a lot of the private roads, depending on the nature of them, some of the HOAs, they really could take advantage of and get ahead of with the free spots.
Right.
So they might do it on an individual basis and use the free spots. And so if they're tired of waiting and they got somebody that'll move it for them, at least they don't have to pay for it.
And I'll just share this. I shared it with you, Mr. Deneen, and one of the HOAs, which is Plantation Bay, offered to pay a portion that the state is not going to pay if we would pick it up. They offered to pay 15%, which would be really 12.5%, because the state has said they are not going to reimburse the private. They offer that. You felt like we should do the one pass for them.
Yes.
I think that particular HOA might do exactly what you said. They might get the private contractor easier for that amount of money to take it and
exactly.
dump it free.
That 15% might be the person they'll pick it up
save
now.
all of us the funding, and by doing that, because I don't think they have that much at Plantation Bay anyway.
Not as much as some of the places further on the west.
Anyway, I just want to share it. Ms. Denny's?
Now, are you ready for a motion on that, Mr.?
Yes.
Mr. Dean? And you want the motion to say?
To say that we're authorized to move forward as we do our debris removal, to do one pass on the private roads.
And this is not coming from the MSD fund?
No, this will be, because this is the mandatory garbage fund, and because we believe, based on the nature of it, we can declare it yard waste in this case.
And I think that's a wonderful, wonderful solution to a very difficult problem that we did not create, but that we are helping collaborate with our cities and our citizens. So I make that motion. I think that's masterful.
I second.
Second by Mr. Patterson, or I guess.
Whomever.
Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes, and if Patricia Antol is here, she might want to leave. So, thank sorry, thank you, though. I just wanted to make sure that you did have that. She did have a card to speak to that issue, and it is done, so.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Just one question. Mr. Manager, when you're ready to do that one pass on the private roads, can we really make sure that we get that advertised?
Yes, because
and it's
that'll
gonna
be their last shot, so we'll make sure they know.
Yeah, just make sure we get
Correct.
that date out there.
We're still going to try and do this in a way to minimize our risk on that. And we may choose to use our own forces to do that, and we'll try to follow the guidelines that were set forth. There's been some new guidelines on that to maximize our opportunity. We're not going to give up on that, but everything we've been told is, but don't count on it. But we're going to try and do it, and we'll do it that way. And like I say, we may do some other things to minimize our exposure.
I don't know how we would explain to people during this crisis that we would leave some people out, so.
Joyce, you have something on ski control?
We're done on this part. We've gone from where we were to where we're going, and
Everything, the whole
that
thing.
finishes that part of it. We can now move to item number 9, which is the nominations to the advisory boards. And we have 5 openings with 4 applicants. So.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir, Mr. Patterson.
I want to nominate Peter S. Migner to the Human Services Advisory Board.
Any objections to the nomination? Hearing none, the motion passes, and Peter is approved. Is there another one? Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I move Suzanne Lovelady to the Human Services Advisory Board.
Any objections to the nomination? Hearing none, the motion passes. Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of Waylon P. Neese to the Human Services Advisory Board.
Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of Veronica A. Oxford to the Human Services Advisory Board.
Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Patterson. We had the one card for public participation. Patricia, I guess you're okay with that? Thank you for staying here and being a participant and for seeing your voices heard.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion for an hour-and-a-half lunch break.
Motion's made for an hour-and-a-half lunch break. We will be back here at 3 o'clock.
You got final council comments?
Pardon? Well, we've got quite a bit left to do.
Just the budget.
At 6.
The 6.
No, I've got, not on my sheet, we've got the
That's it.
council comments and the discussion of matters not on the agenda by staff.
Oh, you want to come back for that? And then you're going to have a break till 6 o'clock. It's up to you.
Could we not go ahead and knock that out and then break and come back at 6?
Could do that too.
You know what
It's
I'm
up to
saying?
you.
I wish you could.
Rather than breaking now and then coming back at 3, and then we get done, we break at 4 and come back at 6.
That don't make
I mean,
no
it's like-
I'm okay.
I mean, I'm for
I
whatever the
didn't
team
know
wants
how
to-
long the comments is gonna
That's,
take.
that was my question.
Well, yeah.
How long your comments gonna be?
But maybe if you're hungry, they won't take too long.
I'm real hungry. I've already eaten my crackers.
Well, either way, we'd have to take 2 breaks if we do
Exactly.
that.
I'm running out of pretzels.
So if we just get it over with,
Take one break.
that's what I'm saying. If we just get it over with, we'd have 1 break instead of.
Okay, we will go to council comments, and they will start with Ms. Wheeler.
I would like to have Y-Green brought, we've asked to have that, the PACE thing for the energy.
We're going
I've
to put
asked-
together
Yeah.
an overview for you and
Okay.
and
I
we'll
would
go ahead
like,
and
yeah,
present.
some kind of a presentation
will.
for that, make sure thank you, that's it.
Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that I'd like for us to begin to look at exploring the possibility of having a mosquito control be countywide rather than just, I don't know what it takes for us to begin to have that discussion, but I'd like to begin that, down that road that we need to look at. There's just as many mosquitoes in St. John and the west side of the county as on the east side, so I just think,
We'll put
what do
together
we
a-
need to do to?
We'll put together a discussion for you so you can look at what it would take, and we'll explain all the ins and outs because it's a little bit different. We'll try to put together something, and then you could decide how you want to proceed from there.
Good. That's all I have.
Ms.
Mr. Chair.
Dennis.
I know that some 90 years ago, the west side didn't want any part of it. So hopefully, after 90 years, some of those naysayers aren't around anymore.
After 90 years, they're probably not.
No, my only comment, I agree on a countywide mosquito district because I'm getting requests from DeLand and Deltona, and they're wanting to know why we're not servicing them. But if we had a countywide mosquito control district, we would have the funds to have the capital equipment there, because right now we're short-handed because our service
Right.
area is the east side, not the west side.
Right, and every time we do this, because of the nature of the chemicals, they don't have a short shelf life. We don't handle that kind of material because it would go bad. So
Right.
now when they need us, it's like today, but you got to go get the equipment. It'd be better if you had a district.
Well, and the citizens don't understand that, Jim.
No, they don't.
Because we're one county, as it should be.
Right.
So I think it's time as one county, we have one district and we're prepared to serve our citizens. I will tell you, I got a call from the EOC after the event on an area down in Edgewater. And I went down there and called the chief, Tracy Barlow, city manager down at Edgewater, who just did great work, and he brought his chief down there and did well-being checks on the 60 units that were down there, and then FPL had their electricity restored by 4 o'clock that afternoon. And it was all very positive, and I have to say through this whole event, and we're still in the event, it's not over, we're still in this whole event, working with the EOC and those that were answering the Citizens Information Center, those phones, and that were working the system, just did an amazing job. And I have had so many thanks from citizens and cities and colleagues and just average people thanking us for what we did. So it's effective. Mr. Judge, thank you. And I want you to know I drove by, the steeple still stands from last year. Remember? From Hurricane Matthew? It's still there. We're good. So thank you. That's all I've got. Thanks.
Mr. Lowry.
Yeah, I'm glad my steeple's still standing too. We were concerned about that. Met with pastors this morning at a breakfast, told them, be sure and let your people know Sunday this is going to take some time. This is not going to be quick. So I think the more word that we can get out in regard to that will help. And then I just want to finally say, just very quickly, the Stone Island people were very much bragging on our staff and the great work that was done down there, and hopefully they're past the crest time. Thank you. I'm done.
Mr. Patterson.
Got a letter from Metro Plan Orlando about the Sunrail, the FDOT Tiger Grant, and I saw John and Julie's comments that usually it's the Florida Department of Transportation applies for the Tiger Grant, and I'm trying to figure out where we're going to go with this. I got an email from the city of DeLand wanting to be involved in the Tiger Grant application. So I really always thought that it was Florida Department of Transportation applying for them, but Metro Plan makes it sound like the county has to do it. John?
You're correct. I mean, in the past 2 Tiger grants were prepared and submitted by FDOT. And I do not recall them at all going in front of the Rail Commission requesting approval to submit a grant. And Mr. Barlow characterizes 3 options, 2 of which seem to point to Volusia County, and 1 of which points to the commission having to make a decision. I believe, and you well versed, the big decision is that funding gap.
Yeah, there
And
is a
no one
funding
wants to
gap.
step up, and certainly the county was adamant about our limitation of our funding.
I've
period.
made it absolutely clear that the council will not give them any additional money for that section of the rail line. That, I understand, is the majority of this council, and there's no sense pretending and getting people to believe that when we were to stay with the commitment that we put out there, given the fact that they went to single track over that bridge, was an enormous reduction in cost for them, and that was our commitment. Unless I'm saying something wrong, I saw no reason to perpetuate that idea that somehow we would give them more money. I don't know where you'd get it.
I think we need to get some more information from the Florida Department of Transportation as to what's going to happen here. If we need to get together, because we've got a short window.
Absolutely short window, and I think we've had them up in our county managers conference room a couple of times, and we talked about Tiger Grant each time, and the comment was snowball chance and you know where, because of the competition is so fierce for that little bit of money. The last 2 grants did not fare well at all, and I think their engineer said it would probably fare as well as the ones in the past. Pat, I know there's a time frame to that particular grant application. It is my recommendation, if I permitted to do so, was to call DOT and say submit a grant.
Yeah, I agree, because I want to make sure that we are at least doing something, because we're trying to get these 3 amendments passed, and I don't want them to think that we're really not, holding up our end of the deal by supporting the Sunrail. And I don't want to send a negative message to the city that we're not doing anything here about it, so.
We will craft you something, because I think that is the other side of the coin. The council has definitely 100% supported getting this rail. Given the money we put out there, we'll make sure that that's communicated in terms of these Tiger grants.
Okay. That's it.
Ms. Post, and before you speak, let me just share this. While I did not directly relay to council on the one meeting that Ms. Post left for to catch a plane, Ms. Denny's did ask, is she not here? I said, no, she's gone to catch a plane, which implied that I knew that, but I didn't tell you, Deb, that I knew that. So I wanted to correct that one. And the other one, when you left for a 5 o'clock appointment, I did say, you had to be somewhere at 5 o'clock. Again, I did not directly say, she told me she had to be somewhere, but I implied, and apologize for not saying, yes, she told me that. You could have assumed that I just got it from somewhere, but wanted to clear that up best I could.
My turn.
Yeah, sure. I wanted to say that before.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
And that is in direct response to ensuring that I am not in any way trying to show any disrespect to the rest of the council. And those times when I have had to leave for a plane or what have you, I have actually notified the chair that was happening. And I apologize if that was not conveyed. But that was done, and certainly no disrespect was meant. It is very, very important. I do not want anyone to leave here today, or anyone that's listening, to infer in any way, shape, or form that I do not appreciate the valiant efforts and the great work that everybody boots on the ground did during this hurricane event, and is still doing during this hurricane event. I absolutely, wholeheartedly agree that everybody did an amazing job. I went out and did special needs checks with the fire department. Everybody in the EOC was doing lots of wonderful things. I have gotten lots of emails from citizens saying how wonderful everybody did. So that is very important to me, that everybody understands that I absolutely think that county personnel, for the most part, did an amazing job during this event, and I do thank you for that. I don't think there's any question there. I'd also like to say I have worked every hurricane since 1992 in a law enforcement capacity that has come through this Central Florida area, other than this last one, Hurricane Matthew. So I'm not new to emergency management. I think obviously we see, myself and the rest of the council sees a difference in the role that I should be taking, but when I say that I represent my district, which I say a lot, I don't mean any disrespect to the rest of the council. And I'm certainly not being a team player by saying that I represent my district. I completely understand, it's a no-brainer, that we make decisions up here that affect the county as a whole and relate to the county as a whole. I get that, and I agree. When I say that I represent my district, it's literally because the people in my district elected me to represent them in the district. I feel that I should be doing that. During the hurricane, I had many citizens contacting me and saying, you know, and some of the times they didn't realize that I was actually their elected official when I was out in the field. And saying, you know, I can't believe there aren't any elected officials out here. So I can tell you that the public certainly looks at that role the same way that I do. And I can also say, I would like to quote Pat Northey, the previous county council member, who I respect greatly, who actually said to me, your role as an elected official is to help people. If it means coming in on a fire truck like Jacobs did in Orange County, that should happen. Really, Heather, knocking on doors and asking how I can help is what elected officials should be doing. And if anyone's telling you different, I won't say the rest. But but I wholeheartedly agree with that. And if we have a difference there, that's fine. As far as my putting stuff on Facebook, again, I think that that's my role, and I get a great response from the public in terms of communication. One of the reasons I ran was because did not seem to be a lot of communication between government and the county, or government and the citizens, and that is why I do that, to consistently communicate with the people, again, people in my district who voted me in to represent them. I do want to comment, Councilwoman Denny's, you mentioned it's very important for us to rally to support the many things that we do collectively as a whole on the council. I absolutely agree with you, and I think that I have done that in general. The whole Voteran deal, you know, very supportive of that, which I know is very important to your district. And I don't think I have not rallied and supported any of you in that way. I do want to respond to the chair mentioned, inferred that it was ridiculous that I would ask for the Veterans Organization listing. I can say that I know other council people have requested things like that, and I'm fairly certain that they have gotten them. Why it took 4 months for me to get it, I'm not sure, but after continuously asking, and you also said that that was probably something that took people away from their duties to compile, et cetera, et cetera. That in no way was the case. Someone actually said, hey, I have this listing, and I said, oh, that's fantastic, I would like a copy of it, period. It was not interfering with any kind of day-to-day ops to request that, and I don't think it was unreasonable to request it. In regards to the emails that I did, after the storm in this last week to each of the department heads. On the face, that seems silly. And I thought it was tremendously silly to have to write those emails. Again, the reason I wrote those emails is because I got zero, I was not kept in the loop on anything. And I was continuously told, no, you're not getting any of that information. And that was me being frustrated and going through each of the departments and trying to put in writing and showing my displeasure at not being kept in the loop, especially during times of crisis when I feel that elected officials should be representing. So I just wanted to address all of that. Again, great respect for everybody here. The main reason that I brought all of this up today is, the bottom line was that I'm just not happy with the direction of keeping information from me as a council person directly from the county manager. So that's my main problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Deneen, the only information, just to follow up on that briefly, if there's information that we received that Ms. Post didn't, if you could share with us at some point what went out to emails that we didn't get. Every email I got showed where it went and who it went to. If there are things like that, I'd like to have have it addressed at some point.
I'll look into that. I know no issues
I don't know
with
what there could have been. It would have had to have been something that came from maybe, I don't know.
I'll look if that happened.
I don't know what she got.
I think it was more in response to me trying to take care of questions from citizens and not.
Then I wouldn't have gotten that either. So
That's true. You wouldn't have.
No.
You wouldn't have gotten a response to a question that I asked.
No. So
you would get a response to the
I
questions
didn't get
that
the
you
question.
asked.
I didn't get the question if I had gotten the question, and that's why I suggested that if we have questions of the manager, if we address the manager, copy us on the question with the Sunshine Law statement at the bottom, which says that. And you've got to remember, Mr. Patterson has been doing this for 19 years. Ms. Cusack has got, well, you've been doing this 8 years plus 8 years in the state. So you've got 16 years. I'm in my 18th year.
I
So
agree that everyone is very experienced.
It's a learning curve.
Everyone is very experienced. I agree with that. But
It's
I was
different.
also a homicide detective. If the state hadn't
Well,
thought that I was
that doesn't do a whole lot
Hope
here.
we don't go that far.
That doesn't do a whole lot here. I'm just asking for that, and let me finish my comments, and then, but if there is, and I can't expect to get an answer or know that she didn't get an answer if I didn't have the question. And that was why my question was put on the one on the listing for the veterans organizations, which are fine organizations. There was no reflection in bringing it up that it was. I think that some of this could be avoided if we could schedule a brief, what we used to call no holds barred brainstorming session among each other, a workshop where we just share thoughts, share policy thoughts, share directions, share goals that we would like to see individually and collectively, and discuss those. And I know only because we hadn't had this happen like this in the past, in my little time that I've been serving, that maybe something like that would help. So if we could schedule a workshop, set a time between where we see there's going to be a light council meeting, set a time to where we can have a workshop and we just sit and we talk to each other. Maybe you don't like the fact I don't wear a tie. Maybe you don't like the way I
need to talk to you about that.
I know, and others have too, but that's not going to happen until the first snow falls, and then after the snow falls, I'll put the tie on, and after the snow falls, I'll put a tie on.
Mr.
But
Chair,
anyway,
Mr.
on
Chair,
that,
Mr. Chair,
yes, sir. You
I
want me
think
to
it
stop?
would be important for council members to maybe get out and dust off their copy of the county charter and read the role of a county council member, or go in and talk to somebody who was involved, like Dr. Flucius as to why we are the way we are. We're not like a county commissioner, and I think that's what happens a lot is people get around county commissioners who have different roles altogether. When I, up in the panhandle of Florida, they run the whole show, and but it's different here. We are policymakers, and that's what our role should be.
I think that would be good, and maybe that could be something that we could all dust off and look at. On the, just a brief thing why maybe people didn't see me in all of the photo ops or in different places. Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, which was the 16th, 17th, and 18th, I spent part of my time here upstairs. Part of the time I slept on a cot upstairs, making sure that I was here and available to the attorney, who was also here, if we had to create the ordinance. So I spent 2 hours of uninterrupted sleep, or interrupted sleep, I guess it was. 2 hours of interrupted sleep on the night of the storm here, and we did actually sign some ordinances into effect that day and the following. So parts of those 3 days, as well as a couple of times at the EOC. And speaking of the EOC, I think it has been, and I mentioned an unwritten, my understanding is unwritten, that the person that should be or could be at the EOC would be the chair or his designee. And if we need to have something created to spell that out, and I hope that for the next 3 years and 3 months and 11 days or 9 days, it wouldn't ever need to be used. But I think it should be something that should be there, because whether a person is wanting to be involved and wanting to help, and there's nothing wrong with that. I had no power. I had no cell phone service. And so I would ride around charging my phone up to try to go text. And I've already complained to the city of Ormond Beach because they did not put a cell tower in. And it's a public safety issue that they didn't, because there's no reason that 2,500 or 3,000 people have no cell service because of a tower not being put up. So that's neither here nor there. And the other thing, we live in a changing time. We live in a time of social media and different ways to communicate. I communicated on Facebook, Instagram. I didn't do very many Twitter tweets because I was, what little time, if I ever got service, I was trying to put out the information I could. And it is helpful to people because not everyone does not have access. They may have access at time to getting a Facebook. They may not be able to see a television, which I had no television service. There was limited radio service, so they may not see that. So it is vitally important, and I know Joanne gave us statistics on the hits on the websites. Those things are very important. More important, as important, I'll say more important, as important as it is to the television and radio media to have that. And we're going to see that as time goes on, because people don't take the newspaper like they used to take. They don't actually watch TV like they used to. So when we post things and say, well, you can get this here or there, they may not have phone service. So that's the next thing we need to try to maybe improve, is to where the cell service is better in some areas, and whatever we can do in that we can certainly look at. But we need to be aware of that. That's the way people communicate. They don't have landlines to speak of anymore. The younger people, like I said, don't depend upon media. They depend upon blogs. They depend upon other ways to connect and to get their information. But we should also ensure that that information that they're getting has been vetted and is correct. And I was very, very careful that the information that I posted was information that had been posted from an email. And I would cut and paste and put that in there so that people could see. Or sometimes I would just say, I'm tired of cutting and pasting. It's not, here it is. But we need to have it. And I think the CIC was fantastic in what they did. In making that work. I was amazed. I was at the EOC for the grand opening, for the ribbon cutting. I was there the first year that it opened. I was there for that. I had forgotten how big the war room, you can call it the war room, whatever you want to call it. It's larger than FEMA's room in Washington, their war room.
Yeah, it is.
It's huge compared. And with all the moving parts, everyone did a fantastic job. Everyone was prepared. Jim, excellent job in your leadership of that. Jim Deneen, you did a great job. I didn't ever think about you not needing sleep. I just didn't think you needed it. Did he have sleep? But anyway, great preparedness. You showed the true colors, and you made us all proud. And I think the residents of Volusia County are proud of all the services and the communication. If there was a blip here and there, let's don't worry about the blip. Let's focus on the good parts and go forward. And we know that you did a great job. You've taken the action today, and we've helped to take the action today to do where we go from here, which I think the residents are going to be proud to hear, and I know I am, and proud to be a part of helping people know that, yes, we're here to help you get your lives back in order and getting back to a form of normalcy. So thank you for all of that. Mr. Deneen.
Yes, Mr. Chair. First of all, Jeff, can you come up for a minute? We have to make a quick announcement for the fire chief.
I didn't think you were just sitting here waiting for my comments.
Yes, he is.
They were good. I want to say that. Jeff Smith, Volusia County Fire Chief, members of the council, senior staff. Last year, we tried to do an open house for Fire Prevention Week, but Matthew stopped that. This year, Irma put a little slow curve on us, but we're still coming out of the hole, and we're going to open our firehouses, your firehouses, on Saturday, October the 14th from 9 to 6 for open house to celebrate Fire Prevention Week and to focus prevention is the key to saving lives. This is the longest running health prevention act in the nation since 1922. We want to contribute and do that again and try to just let the folks know that we're there. We were there through the storm. We'll be there always. Come out and see us, talk to us about fire safety, and we'll try to make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Also, Donna,
Is that just the county stations or is the city?
that's just our stations.
Yeah, for us. Okay.
Next thing is really important, and I think is a positive here. Donna?
Hi, Donna Butler, Community Services Director. We have a motion. Has it been passed out? Yes. Okay. There's a motion that I think is up on the screen now. We, in Community Services and Community Assistance, have grant funds that, if already programmed, could be used immediately for emergency services. They are not. We would ask for your flexibility in your authorization to allow the county manager and the county chair or their designees to execute any grant documentation for programmatic changes or changes within the grant budgets for SHIP, which is State Housing Initiative Partnership, CSBG, which is Community Services Block Grant, or Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program, LIHEAP, that would enable the county to provide emergency disaster relief to residents affected by Hurricane Irma. Normally, we would give you those specifics. We don't know exactly what we're going to need to do.
Right.
So when we do, we'll start doing it with the authorization from the manager and the chair, and then we'll come back and report that to you so you're aware, but they'll be within grant
This
guidelines.
is really part of, like, if we can pull anything off, this is a safety net, we're it. In some cases, some people are very desperate, and maybe we could help somebody.
Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand the dynamics because of this. I've been out trying to do some things to help some families that are in crisis. And this is the bigger picture. This is what we do. You're supposed to be, and then there is process in how you handle the things that you find that we might be able to do to assist families. And that's what working together provides us. With that, Mr. Chair, I move the approval of this authority to give to community service.
Second.
Second by Ms. Patterson. Mr. Patterson, is there any objection to the motion for the approval? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimous. Thank you, Donna.
I do want to state one more thing.
Sure.
FEMA dollars will be first. So FEMA dollars will
Right,
have to
right.
come in. If they're turned down, we can use them, or if it's not enough, we'll use ours. Okay?
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if you allow me a couple of minutes, I obviously find myself in a position I didn't expect today. I want to make a couple quick comments in relationship to what was said by Ms. Post earlier today. I really won't address her. I'll address the rest of the council because I think I owe it to the council. I stand by what I told her in the sense that I told her that her job is policy. I didn't do it disrespectfully. I said it's policy, not operations or not being the county PIO. And that's not what I consider, I've learned through my profession, that's not the job and not according to our charter. That really my job's operations, personnel, and budget, and I'm responsible. And here's what I said that I think is absolutely true. If anyone disagrees with me on council, you tell me. I believe that my job is to work for the total council. I call it the collective. That's who I think I implement for, not for any one individual. The meeting that I had with this council person is, she came in, I think it's complete lack of respect for my position. She was argumentative, abusive, demanding, would never let me speak. Not only did I did not yell at her, out of respect for her position, and I have 4 witnesses, by the way. Out of respect for her position, I showed, I consider, enormous restraint, if you know me, by ending the meeting and walking out. I feel that I was baited to say something inappropriate. And I know today that my inclination was correct, because that's what we'd be talking about today. I have never, ever kept information from her. I have no reason to. I would never tell any staff to withhold information. If I did that, wouldn't have somebody discovered that in all these years that I've worked for everybody? How would that benefit me? There's no benefit to that. There's no reason for me to do that. I would never do that, okay? Now, one other final comment on information. The council, under the charter, can always ask for information. And here's what I believe I'm responsible to the council for. I try to give accurate responses as timely as possible, given the following. First of all, I need to have a request that can be answered. The emails I got, I ain't dumb. They're gotcha memos. When you write stuff and say, I would like a full update from someone, I have no idea what full update means. What that means is whatever I tell you, it's not going to be full. And then at the end, you put any additional pertinent information. So when something does not get to you, that's a way of saying you did not fulfill the request. I cannot fulfill a request, as I think she mentioned one time. She wants to know everything. Well, that's not a legitimate question. So I will always try to answer accurately and responsibly, but I have to have a request that can be answered. I, as manager under the charter, I will determine the time to respond depending upon operations so that it does not interfere with our ability to run my job and to make the place to operate. So that I have that authority. Also, I believe I have the responsibility to make sure that the information is vetted so that it's not just some kind of raw data, real-time data that isn't true, that it's vetted so that that it's as accurate as possible. I think one of the major things a manager can do to invalidate the credibility of a council is for me to give you information that you count on and it turns out to be inaccurate. It's like putting feathers back in a pillow. So I have to make sure that information is correct. The other thing is, and I think this is a rub that she has, I always make sure that if I get requests, that when we answer those, because I work for the entire council, that everything goes to the council. So, if I'm saying something wrong, you need to tell me. That is how I plan on proceeding, and that's how I will proceed. No ifs, ands, or buts. And that's how I believe my job is structured. I believe that I have fulfilled that job for many years, and I think I have the test of time to prove it on all the council members I've worked for almost 40 years. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Eckert? Nothing. Ms. Post, if you have a quick comment.
Absolutely.
You've already.
Absolutely. So I think we already addressed the email. The email, yes, was in response to my extreme frustration at not getting information. I have read the charter. I've read it over and over. It specifically says that we have the right and authority to inquire for the purposes of inquiry and information, to get information. When citizens ask me questions and I can't answer those, that's an issue to me. That is a very, very frustrating issue to me. And when I try and get those answers and I'm not given it, and have to go through a repeated process over and over and over on different things for months at a time. I mean, I've only been here for 9 months. That's very frustrating to me. So yes, I think I've said over and over, that email chain that I wrote to try and get information from every division was in response to that. But what I hope that we would take away from this, because, you know, I have no problem with all of the council getting information. I want the rest of the council to get as much information as possible. I think that's fantastic. There's, you know, it's not just my information. That's good. As long as I'm getting it. And I can tell you that I'm very positive that other council people are asking questions and receiving information, and I don't remember receiving anything generally like that. I would hope this would lead to, in the future, that when I get questions from citizens and I'm trying to answer those questions and I need to ask specific questions to get answers to give back to citizens, that I would start getting that information. And you know, when it's just ridiculous.
With that, we will recess until 6 o'clock this evening. At 2:02, we'll commence the recess, and I'll see you all back here shortly before 6.